So we need IIS service to host a web server. So you should have a separate server for hosting the website in our network. We'll use 10.0.0.1 only. So first we'll see what is this IIS. So guys, IIS is a web server to host a website. We need a web server to host a websites, and Linux has an Apache web server, and in Microsoft we have IIS. And websites makes our life easy, like Gmail. Okay, so Gmail is used to sending the emails. Okay, if the website, if this Gmail is not there or any email server is not there, again you need to send the mails, okay, via post office. Okay, it will take a lot of time, and how it is making your life easy, like online classes, e-commerce website, etc. So IIS stands for Internet Information Services, and it is a service that is used to host the information over the internet, or you can say it is a server to host the websites. And it provides integrated, secured, scalable, and manageable web server capabilities over the internet. Integrated means it is integrated with Windows client operating system and server operating system. So this service is integrated. You can use the Windows client operating system to host the website. You can use the server operating system as well, which means we can host a website on client and server operating system. No need to purchase a license. This is the meaning of integrated service. Service is integrated. You don't need to purchase a separate license. We can increase or decrease the storage on web server as per our requirement. Let us say we have purchased 1 GB storage, and after some time you want to decrease it to 500 MB, or after some time you want to increase it to 5 GB, you can increase it. Okay, this is the meaning. This is the meaning of this scalable. Scalable means we can increase or decrease the size of the storage. And we can manage the web server over the internet. And guys, if you are using the client operating system like Windows 10, so it should be a professional or enterprise edition, but not the home edition. Okay. If you use the home edition, you can't install the IIS service. It should be either professional or enterprise edition. And guys, what is a website? Website is a collection of web pages developed by a web developer. So websites are developed by the web developer. It is not the responsibility of system engineer or network engineer. And it is a collection of pages. So let me show you what is the meaning of page. When you open the Cisco site, this page, okay, it is this, whatever you are saying on this screen, it is a page. Okay, so like this, it is having multiple pages: product and service page, solution page, support page. If you open this link, it will get one more page. So website, it is a collection of multiple pages. Okay, so now we have got one more page. So it is a collection of pages. So what is a website? Website is a collection of web pages developed by web developer, and the file extension should be .html. So whenever you are creating any website and you are hosting on IIS, the extension should be HTML. Okay, so save this HTML file in the server and host the website. So what we do, we ask the developer to develop a website and we will ask him to save the website in HTML format, and we will take all the pages, all the files, and we will host them in IIS server. So the website development is done by a web developer. Website hosting is done by the system administrator. Okay, so these are the two different tasks. Website is created by the developer. After the developer will provide the website to the administrator. Administrator will host this website on the server. Okay, so the IIS features supports IP version 4 and IP version 6. We can take and we can restore the website configuration. It will do it automatically, and isolation of users, so we can restrict users to access the website, and support for application developers and programmers. So it is supporting the application developer and programmers. For example, when you open any file on Gmail, let us say your friend has sent you one Word file. He has attached one Word file in Gmail and he has sent it to you. If you want to see this Word file, what you will do, you need to download this Word file, and on your computer, MS Office should be installed. If it is not installed, you can't open this Word file. So with the help of this IIS is providing this feature, application developer and programmer, which means if if MS Office is not installed on your computer, what you will do, you will open this Word file, okay, on your Gmail itself, and it will open. Okay, it is not compulsory that you have MS Office installed on your PC. You can open it directly in your Gmail. Okay, it is because of this application developer and programmer feature. And using IIS, we can create HTTP, HTTPS, and FTP sites. HTTP. So, guys, let us try to understand what is this HTTP. HTTP is the acronym of Hypertext Transfer Protocol. This is the full form of this HTTP, and a protocol used to transfer the hypertext. So, what is the meaning? Okay, it is HTTP, and the full form is Hypertext Transfer Protocol. So, it is a protocol which is used to transfer the hypertext. What is the meaning of this hypertext? Hypertext is an outdated word for text. Okay, so this is the protocol which is used to transfer your text. Okay, so a protocol used to transfer the hypertext or text. And protocol, what is this? What is the meaning of protocol? Protocol is a set of rules that allows the communication between two computers. Okay, so using this protocol, you will send the text. And HTTP transfer the data from source to destination, but in clear text. And it is not a secure protocol. And what is the alternative to HTTP? The alternative to HTTP is HTTPS, Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure, is an extension of HTTP. It is used for secured communication over a computer network. What it does, it encrypts the data from source to destination. HTTPS. And this protocol is easy to configure. Okay, and it provides security and encrypts the data over data to secure the sensitive data. So what this HTTP does, it encrypts the data, it protects your sensitive data. And the numbers are Guys, the port number of HTTP is 80. Remember this port number. But what is this port number? Why we are providing the number to this protocol? So numbers are assigned to protocols. They are called as port number. Whatever the numbers you assign to any protocol, they are called as port numbers. Why do we assign? Because computers don't understand the names. So we will provide the numbers to any protocol, and that number is called as port number. You might have heard this terminology called port number, but you don't know why it is assigned. Okay, it is assigned to make the computers understand. And port numbers are assigned by ICANN or IANA. So guys, there are 65,535 port numbers, and the port numbers are divided in three categories, three ranges: well-known ports, registered ports, dynamic or private ports. Ports from 0 to 1023, they are called as well-known ports. Ports from 1024 to 49,151, they are called as registered ports. Port number from 49,152 to 65,535, they are called as dynamic ports or private ports. These well-known ports, also known as system ports, and are those numbers from 0 to 1023. So you can see these are the well-known ports, like FTP is having port number 20, SSH is having port number 22, and HTTP, you can see the port number is 80, and if it is HTTPS, the port number will be changed, the 443. So these are called, the ports are assigned to the protocols, they are called as well-known ports. And registered ports is a network port designated for use with a certain protocol or application. So you will create one application and you will contact the IANA, they will provide you this registered port number for your application. So registered ports are actually assigned by the IANA and were assigned by ICANN before 21st March. So before 21st March, this registered port were assigned by ICANN. Now the responsibility is given to IANA. IANA is providing this registered ports. And we have dynamic or private ports. A port can be used by any computer, application, program to communicate with no registration. Okay, so what is this dynamic port numbers? They are used to communicate with another computer. Okay, they will use these ports 49,152 to 65,535 port numbers. So you don't need any registration here. Okay, and they are for free. So dynamic ports are numbered from 49,152 to 65,535. So if the website is hosted on internet, it is accessible to all. And if the website is hosted on intranet, it is accessible to the users in your lab. Guys, is it clear till here or in doubt?
No doubt, sir.
Vikrant,
Yes, sir.
any doubt?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, guys. So it was about IIS. Let us see the IIS lab. So guys, we need to host a website here. So to host a website, to host a web server, we need a computer. The computer can be a server or client and can be in a work group or domain. No problem, it will work. And it required the static IP address. So we need a public IP address if you are hosting the website over the internet. Okay. and we need DNS service, we need zones. We have already created we have installed the DNS service, and we have created the zones as well. And guys, we already have this. Okay, we have a server, we have a static IP address, and we have configured the DNS service. Okay, and we need a home directory. What is this home directory? You will create one folder and you will add the web pages in this folder. Then it is called as home directory. So what is this home directory folder? Where we have saved the web pages, and web pages are created by a programmer for our lab. Okay, we will download the web pages, or what we will do, we will create, okay, the web pages. I will show you how to create the web pages. It is very easy for our lab, but if you need the good quality content, then you need to contact the web programmer. And it can be a server, so we already have the server, guys, and it can be in work group, or it can be in a domain. So our server is in domain, and we need the static IP address, so we have already configured the static IP address. And DNS we already installed, but home directory we need to create it. So what we will do, we'll create one home folder and we'll save the sites. I will show you how to create the sites as well. So folder where we have we have saved the web pages is called as home directories, and we'll see. And guys, IIS is a service that is used to host the website, and we have not installed this IIS yet. So guys, we need to install IIS to host the website. So how to install the IIS? You will go to the server manager, then you will select this option, add roles and features. Then you will click next, next, and you will verify the server name and IP address, then next, and you will select this option, web server option. In bracket, it is IIS. You will select this option, you will click next. So you need to add the features, then this IIS is selected, then you will click next, next, next. Then here, it will give you the information which services are selected. And what we will do, we will add this HTTP redirection option. We will see what is this redirection option in our lab. Then we'll install. Okay, then let us install the things first. Then we'll see how to add the website. So let us install it first. We'll go to server manager. Then we'll go to add rules and features. Next, next, next. And here we'll check this option, web server, add features, and it is checked. We'll click next, 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 and we'll select HTTP redirection option. Then we'll click next and we'll click install. Okay, it will take few minutes. Okay, let us wait for it. All right, guys, the service is installed. Then we'll host the website. So we'll close it. And if you go to tools, you will find IIS, which means IIS is installed. You will find this option here as well. Let us move forward. Okay, it is installed. After installing the IIS, we can add the website now. So you will go to tools. Under tools, you will open this option, IIS, Internet Information Services Manager. Then you will get this page. So you will expand the server, then you will expand this sites option. You will have the default website, but we need to create our own website. Okay, so how to add the website? You will right click on these sites and you will select this option, add website. Then you will give any name, any meaningful name. So let us give Cisco. Okay, and we need to provide the path. Which path? Of the folder where we have saved the website. So we will create the folder, then we'll provide the path here. And here type HTTP, then you will provide the IP address of your web server like 10.0.0.1 and port number is 80. So here we have given, okay guys, you can give any name here. It is not compulsory that it should be the website name. And you will provide the path of the web pages folder and type HTTP IP address. It is 10.0.0.1 and website name. We need to provide the website name here, www.cisco.com, not the server name. So using this website only, name only, we will access it. And the website, as we have discussed, it is created, but it is not completed. Website is created, guys. You can see here under this IIS, we have this website. But guys, if you see this default document option, we need to add the name here. We need to add the page name. So we'll go to default document and let us say the page name of your website is Cisco Hybrids Workspace Cisco. So you will copy that name and paste it here and you will add the extension HTML or HTML. After adding the name, okay, you will go to this option, directory browsing. This option is disabled by default. We need to enable it. Okay, so after that, here you can see it is disabled. You will select this option, it will be enabled. Then we'll do the verification. We'll open the page. So guys, IIS service is installed. We need to create the website. So we'll go to this PC. We'll go to C. Under this C, we'll create one folder and we'll provide the name websites. Under this websites, we'll create basic web page here. Okay, we need to open the notepad and we'll add some content like www.cisco.com. This is the content and we'll save this file in HTML format. As we have discussed, it should be saved in HTML format, cisco.html. Okay, so if you see here, this page is created. Now we'll delete this notepad. If you open this page, you are getting this content. If you see cisco.com, this is the content. Okay, so when you open cisco.com, you will get this content. Now guys, what we will do, we'll add the website. We have already installed the IIS. We'll go to server manager, then we'll go to tools. Under tools we have IIS manager. We'll go to server. Under the server we'll go to sites. Under the sites you can see it is having only this default website, and we'll create our own website. You will go to sites, right click, add website, then you will provide any name here. So let us provide Cisco, and we'll provide the path to the folder where we have created the Cisco web page. It is in C. Under C we have websites, and we select this option. Okay, the path is selected, and the IP address is 10.0.0.1, and the host name, it will be like www.cisco.com. Then we'll click OK. The site is created, and we need to add the, we'll go to Cisco site and we'll add the page name to this default document. We'll right click here, and you will get this page, default document page, and you will click add here. And guys, what is the page name we have created? Guys, what is the page name we have created?
Cisco.
Cisco. Okay, let me show you. Websites, Cisco. Okay, so what you can do, you can copy. If the name is very lengthy, so you will rename, select the rename option, and you will copy and paste. Better to copy and paste. Okay, we have a shorter name, we have given Cisco, so we can directly type it there. But if it is a lengthy name, it will be very difficult for you to type. Okay, there may be, you can make the mistakes as well. So copy and paste is the best option. So cisco.html, then you will click OK. So in the default document, this page is added. We need to do one more thing. We'll go to this directory browsing option. In the default document, we have added the document. Then we'll go to directory browsing, and if you see here, this option is disabled. We need to enable this option. Now this option is enabled, and we can access the website now. So we'll go to client. It is shut down. So previously we were unable to open this cisco.com website. Now let us try to open. You can see it is opening. We are getting this page. Is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Yes.
Any doubt till here?
No, sir.
Okay, so it is having some other topics like how to redirect the page. Let us say you want to open the Yahoo page when someone tries to open cisco.com, which means we are redirecting the cisco.com to yahoo.com. We'll see how to do that, and we need to see the FTP server as well. So we'll see it tomorrow, guys. 2 to 3 classes are remaining. Okay, so see you tomorrow, guys. Please practice the labs.
Thank
Any
you.
doubt in today's class? Please confirm, guys.
No, sir.
No, sir. Sir, please upload the slides.
Yeah. Actually, I had some work yesterday, so I could not upload it. Today, I will do it. Okay. Within 1 hour, you will see the videos and the documents as well. Inshallah.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. So see you tomorrow. Take care. So, guys, in our previous classes, we have seen what is DNS server. we have seen what is IIS. In DNS server, we have created one zone, cisco.com. Then we have created some records. By default, the records are created, two records are created. Okay, and we have created a record and we have created alias name and we have created PTR record as well. Then after that, we have created Cisco website. This IIS is used to host the website and we have created cisco.com website here. Okay, so to create this website, we need to have the DNS. Okay, without DNS, we can't create the website, and only DNS is not enough for a website. We need both the things. So they complement each other. And so for creating the website, we need server, we need static IP address, so we need operating system, and we need a folder. In this folder, you will place the website in HTML format. Then we have access this Cisco website. Okay, now what we will do, guys, we'll create one more website. Let us say it is Gmail. Okay, so we'll do it from scratch. We'll go to DNS and we'll create the zone, then we'll create the records, then we'll go to IIS server and we'll create the website and we'll access this Gmail. So we are using the same server for DNS and IIS. So let me change the name to DNS and IIS server. We'll log on to this server. So first we'll create the zones in DNS. So guys, what is the use of DNS?
Translate domain name into IP address. IP address into domain name.
Very good. So what we will do, excuse me guys, we'll go to IIS server. We'll open the IIS service first. Create a zone, gmail.com. So how to open IIS? You'll go to server manager. Then you'll go to tools. Okay, first we'll open the DNS, not IIS. We'll open DNS. Okay, so if you remember, we have already created this cisco.com and we are able to access this cisco.com as well. Let me show you one more time. Yeah. Okay, so if you try to ping cisco.com, it is translating this name into IP address. Okay, so it is done by this DNS server. So we have already created cisco.com, and if you see SOA and NS, these two records are created automatically when you create the zone. And we had created this host or a record or alias name. Let us create Gmail zone, new zone. Next, primary zone. And if you uncheck this option, this records will not be saved in Active Directory. It will be saved in the primary domain or DNS. And we'll give the name gmail.com. And one file will be created by this name gmail.com.dns. We'll click next, and we need the updates to be done automatically. So we'll select this, allow both non-secure and secure dynamic updates. Then we'll click next, finish. So if you go to gmail.com zone, SOA and NS are created. We need to create a record or host record. Right click and again server 01, IP address is 10.0.0.1. We'll add this a record, then we'll add the alias record, new alias and www, then server -01, what is this, gmail.com, right? Gmail.com server -01. What is the fully qualified name? Forgetting the name. Yeah, gmail.com server -gmail.com. Then we'll create the pointer record. New PTR and IP address is 1, server 0/1 dot, it is ms.com. Okay, we'll click OK and we'll verify whether it is pinging or not. So guys, if you see, we have pinged the gmail.com and we are getting the IP address. Now what we will do, we'll go to IIS server. DNS is done. We'll go to IIS. Before going to IIS, we'll create one web page. Websites. Right click. Text. And let us say the content is like this. This is www.gmail.com page, and we'll save it in .html format. Okay, so we'll delete this notepad file and we'll open this Gmail page. Okay, it is opening here. It is working fine on the server, but we need to access this page from the clients. We need to access these sites from client. So we need to go to excuse me guys, we need to go to IIS manager, sites. Under this sites we will create one Gmail site. Okay, right click, add website. So guys, it is having three options here. Add website. It doesn't have the fourth option. We will discuss about that fourth option after completing this Gmail website. And the site name is Gmail. You can give any name. You need to give the physical path. You will select the folder where you have saved the website, and you need to assign the IP address, and the host name is www.gmail.com. Okay, here you are not providing the server name. Instead of that, you will provide the URL, full URL. Then you will click OK. After that, you will go to Gmail and you will go to default document. Under this default document, you will add this page name Gmail. Okay, you will rename. You will select this rename option, copy, and you will paste it here under the default document. Add paste dot html. Then you will click OK. Okay, and this directory browsing, you should ensure whether it should be enabled. Okay, so yesterday we have enabled it, so it is enabled. Now guys, let us try to access this website. We are getting this page. Okay, this is www.gmail.com page, and Cisco is also. Okay, why it is opening Gmail for Cisco? Okay guys, if you try to open cisco.com, it is opening Cisco, but you are getting this message. So what we will do, we will delete this page from here, and we will create one folder called Gmail website. And let us create gmail.com website. Save as gmail.html. Okay, this is Gmail website, and we'll go back to IIS. Let us remove it. Add a website, Gmail, and we'll provide the path. Gmail website, we'll click OK. IP address is 10.0.0.1, hostname www.gmail.com. Copy. We'll add this document. .html. We'll click OK. And we'll make sure directory browsing is enabled. If it's not enabled, we need to enable it manually. All right, let us try to access it one more time. Cisco.com. Okay, Cisco is opening. Let us open the gmail.com. Gmail is opening. All right, guys. So both the sites are working fine. Let us verify it one more time. Cisco is opening. Gmail is also opening. Now, guys, let us say our requirement is this. This your company has decided to close this Cisco's.com website, and your company wants every time a user tries to open Cisco.com, this Gmail website should open. Okay, if they try Cisco.com, this gmail.com should be open. So this is our requirement. So for this we will use the excuse me guys, we'll use the redirection service. So if you remember, we were installing the IIS yesterday and we have selected this HTTP redirect option. Let me show you one more time. You should have redirect option to redirect the website from Cisco to Gmail. Okay, so let me show you. Let us go to add roles and features. We'll click next, 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 and under this IIS web server option, you will select the first option and common features. If you see here, this HTTP redirection should be installed. If it is not installed, if you are not seeing that option there, here in IIS, if you are not seeing this redirect option here, which means it is not installed, you need to install it from add rules and features from here. So we have already selected this option. That is why this option is available here, redirect option. So you will go to this redirect option. Let us go to Cisco and we'll go to this redirect option. We need to check this option, redirect request to this destination. What is the destination? www.gmail.com. So when someone tries to open cisco.com, okay, when someone tries to open cisco.com, the request should go to gmail.com. Okay. Then we'll click OK. Okay. Redirect all requests to exact destination. We need to apply it. Now what we will do, we'll try to open cisco.com. It should open gmail.com. Okay, if you see, it is trying to open gmail.com, but it is unable to open it. What is the problem? mail www dot. Okay, we need to give the full URL http www dot gmail.com. Then we'll apply it. Let us try it now. Okay, if you see, guys, we tried to open cisco.com. It is opening gmail.com. And what was the problem? We didn't provide the full URL. We need to provide the URL with HTTP. One more time. Let us try to open cisco.com. Okay, I'm trying to open the cisco.com, but it should be redirect to gmail.com. We can see it is opening gmail.com. Clear, guys? The redirect option.
Yes.
Adnan, Nishad.
Yes, clear, sir.
Okay, guys. Now we will remove this redirect option. So now it is decided that when someone tries to open Cisco, it should open Cisco. When someone tries to open Gmail, it should open Gmail only. So you will uncheck this option. Okay. So better to remove, and we'll uncheck this option. We'll apply it. Now if you try to open cisco.com, it will open Cisco. And if you try to open Gmail, now you can see it is working fine. Now guys, we will see one more thing. Your requirement is like, your organization requirement is like these two websites. Okay, it is a mail service of your organization. This is your main website, and your requirement is like you should open this mail web page using this cisco.com. Like, let us say you want to open Gmail using this Cisco URL, like this www.cisco.com/Gmail. Now we are opening cisco.com separately, gmail.com separately, but our requirement is to open this Gmail using this Cisco URL. Okay, so we will use this option as well. Let us see this option. We'll go to Cisco, right click, and we'll add the virtual directory. Virtual directory means it will open the other website using same URL. What is the alias? Let us give Gmail. And what is the physical path of this Gmail website? Gmail website, we'll click OK. Then we'll click next. Okay. Now guys, let us try to open this gmail.com using Cisco URL. We'll click this page and we'll open the new page. www.cisco.com/gmail. It should open the Gmail page. It is giving the error. It is giving this error. Let us try to fix it. Add virtual directory alias Gmail. We'll provide the directory Gmail website. Test settings. Then we'll click OK. Let us try it one more time. So guys, if you see, we tried to open cisco.com/gmail. We are getting this gmail.com web page. Okay, from this cisco.com. If you want to open only cisco.com, you will remove this /gmail. You will get cisco.com. Clear, everyone? Any doubt?
Dot, sir.
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, all right, guys. Now, guys, we'll see FTP. FTP stands for File Transfer Protocol. And what is the use of this FTP? It is used to download and upload the files over the network. Let us say you have one server and it is having some files, file 1, file 2, and file 3. And you want to download these files from the clients. So what you will do, you will use this FTP service. So using this FTP service, you can download the files from the server. Even you can upload the files to the server as well. Let us say this FTP client 1 is having some files, file 3, file 4. So this client can upload this file 4 to the FTP server, and this FTP client 2 can access this file 4 from here. Okay, so it is used to download and upload the files over the network and access it from client. The default port number of this FTP is 21, and the prerequisites for FTP is IIS should be installed and server firewall should be disabled, and we need to create a folder on the server. So we'll go to server, guys. IIS should be installed. We have already installed the IIS, and we'll disable the firewall, and we'll create one folder on server. Under this folder, we'll create some files, files 1, file 1, file 2, file 3, etc. Then we will install the FTP server. Okay, this service also required FTP. Like IIS, we have one FTP service, so we need to install it. So you will find under IIS only. So like, guys, let us go to the server, and let us close these things. Let me close everything. We'll do it from scratch. So we'll go to server manager, and what was the first prerequisite? IIS must be installed. So we have IIS installed. Okay, it is there, and then we need to disable the firewall. How will you disable the firewall? How will you reach the firewall? You will go to search and you will type firewall.cpl. It will take you to the firewall. It is already disabled. If it is enabled, you will go to turn Windows Defender firewall on or off, and then you will select this option. Then you should click OK. And the third prerequisite is to create the folder. We'll create this folder, FTP folder. We'll create some files, file 1, file 1, content. We'll add this content and we'll save it. We'll create file 2, file 2 content. We'll create file 3, file 3 content. Folder is also created. We need to install the FTP service. Again, you will go to server manager, add roles and features. You will click next, 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 and you will go to IIS. Under this IIS, you will select this option, FTP server. Then you will click next, next, install. It will install the FTP server now. So FTP, it is installed. It is installed successfully. We click close and we'll go to this IIS manager. Okay. Then we'll right click here. You will go to sites. And guys, if you remember previously, we were getting only 3 options. Now we have add FTP site option as well. Okay, so we need to add FTP site name like FTP1. We need to give the path of this FTP folder. We'll click OK. Then we'll click next. And IP address 10.0.0.1 and no SSL. We'll click next. And we'll select this option anonymous basic. Anyone can access it. All users. And with the read write permission. Read write permission means if you give only read, so users can see only the content. They can't upload it. If you select this write option, they can upload the files as well. We'll click finish. Okay, so it is created. Now let us restart this service and we'll try to access this FTP server. Now we'll go to client and how to access it. FTP 10.0.0.1. Let us try to open it with Internet Explorer. Ask me later. So guys, if you observe here, we are getting all the files which we had created. So if you want, you can click this file 1. You can see file 1 content. If you want to check the file 2, you can see file 2 content. And we have file 3 content. But here guys, we can't upload it. On Internet Explorer or on any Explorer, do you see any upload option here? No, we can't upload it. So to upload the files, you need to open the Windows Explorer. It is Internet Explorer. Okay, you should know the difference. It is Internet Explorer, but we need Windows Explorer to upload the file. So what is this Windows Explorer? You will go to, let us say C. This is the Windows Explorer. So FTP 10.0.0.1. You can see you will get this option here. So you can create any file or folder. Let us create a file and upload it here. This is the client, okay, not the server. So we will create one file for we'll save it and we'll go to, where is that option? Yeah, and why it is not moving? You can drag. So guys, today we'll see what is remote desktop services. So this service is used to access the computer remotely. So when we access any computer remotely, let us say your servers are in data center. This is your server and it is in data center, and you want to access this server to create the users. Okay, it is your domain controller and you want to access this server. Excuse me guys. So what is the IP address of this server? 10.0.0.1, and this is your computer client one, and you use this client one and you want to create some users and you want to delete some users. You need to create some groups as well. So it is in data center, and it is not a good practice to enter into data center to do the configuration. Instead of that, what you will do, you will access this server from your client machine. You will get the desktop of the server from your client machine. You can see this is the remote computer, you can say, and you are accessing this computer. You are accessing this laptop from this computer. Okay, so remote desktop service, accessing computer remotely, and it is helpful for the administration, and it is disabled by default, guys. Okay, you need to enable it. So it is not compulsory that you will access only the servers remotely. You can access any PC as well. You can access the workstation also. Let us say you went for troubleshooting on first floor or third floor. Okay, and it is having some issues. This PC is having some issues, and you want to fix this issue on your desk. So what you will do, instead of fixing the issue sitting in front of this PC, you will come back to your desk and you will access this PC. Let us say the IP address is 10.0.0.50. So you will go to your desk and you will access this PC and you will take your time and you will fix this issue. So what happens generally when you go to any desk for user desk and you try to fix it, all the users, they will surround you and they will disturb you. So instead of that, what you will do, you will take the IP address and you will access that PC on your desk and you will fix it. And it is disabled by default. And guys, over LAN, we need the private IP address. So if it is in a LAN, so let us say, as we have discussed, we have multiple PCs. This is our domain controller, and which is connected to switch. Switch is having some PCs, multiple PCs. And we are using 10.0.0.0 network. The IP address of this PC is 10.0.0.1, 10.0.0.2, 10.0.0.3, 10.0.0.4, and so on. So if you are accessing any computer remotely, you will use the private IP addresses. We are using these private IP addresses. And guys, by default, 2 users can access the server remotely. Okay, if you need more users to access the device remotely, you need to purchase a license. Okay, and enable remote desktop service. By default, administrator is allowed. So when you, as we have discussed, this service is disabled by default. When you enable it, administrator is allowed. And let us say you want Bill to access the device remotely, then you need to add it manually. Okay, and what we will do, we will enable the remote desktop service. This is our lab, and if you want, you can add the users. We will add Bill and we will access the device remotely. Okay, for more than 2 users, we must purchase the license, and license is available in 2 forms, per user and per device. So if you want to purchase the license for users, let us say you need the license for 10 users, So these 10 users can access the servers from any device, and you can purchase the license per device as well. So you will use 10 devices. Any users can access, but it will allow only 10 devices. Okay guys, so what we will do now, we will do this lab. We will try to access the device remotely. Let me open the workstation as well. Servers are already open. Let us log on to this server. And we are accessing this device in your LAN. So first, what we will do, we will try to access this server from this client, and we'll see what will happen. So how will you access the device remotely? You will go to search and you will type MSTSC. Okay, remote desktop connection. You will go to search and you will type this command and you will open it. You will get this window, remote desktop connection, and you will type the IP address of the computer you want to access it remotely. So we want to access this domain controller, our 10.0.0.1. Ten dot zero dot zero dot one. So it will try to communicate 10.0.0.1. It is connecting. It is initiating the remote connection. Remote desktop can't connect to the remote computer for one of these reasons. The first reason, remote access to the server is not enabled. As we have discussed, the remote access is disabled by default. So it is disabled. This is the first reason. Second reason, the remote computer is turned off, which means it might be shut down. And the third reason is remote computer is not available on network. So maybe someone has removed the cable. But in our case, we can ping. Let me show you. We can ping 10.0.0.1, which means it is available. It is not turned off. It is not, the cable is not removed. It is available on the network. This is the first reason, remote access to the server is not enabled. So we'll go to the server and we'll enable the remote connection. So how will you enable it? You will go to this PC, right click, properties. Here you will see this option, remote desktop. Click this option. And if you see here, it is disabled. We need to enable it. So it is taking the confirmation. You and user selected under the user accounts will be able to connect this PC remotely. Confirm. Then here under this user accounts, you will select this option, select users that can remotely access this PC. Here you can edit. If you observe here, we have just enabled the remote desktop and administrator already has the access. Okay, for administrator, you don't need to add it. All you have to do is to enable the remote desktop. If you want to add any user, you will select this option. Add, let us say we want to give the access to Bill, check names, and Bill is added. So Bill can access the device remotely. So this is the domain controller. So it should be administrator, then only he can access. Okay, if you want to give the access of other devices, he can access that devices as well. So guys, we have enabled the remote desktop. We'll go to this client and we'll enter the IP address. Now it is asking for a password. Okay, so the password is 123. Just 1 second. The password is 123. And if you want, you can check this option as well. Remember me, so you don't need to type the password every time you access the device remotely. If it is your desk, you should check that option if you are accessing the devices from other computers. So you should not check that option. You should not remember the password. Okay, so we'll click yes. You can see name in the certificate from the remote computer is server -01.ms.com. Yes. And this screen will be locked because we are accessing this server from this client. You can see the IP address here 10.0.0.1. And we are accessing this device remotely, and here the screen is locked now. Okay, and this is the domain controller, and you can minimize the screen, you can maximize the screen. This is your screen, and this is the domain controller screen. If you want to create any user, you will go to Active Directory. You can create the users. Our user, you click next. Password never expires. You'll click next. Finish. Okay, now guys, if you want to disconnect this remote connection, you should not close it from here. Okay, you should close it. It is recommended to disconnect from here. Shut down, and you will get this disconnect option. When you access any device remotely, you will get this disconnect option. Besides sign out, shut down, and restart, you will get this disconnect option. If you close this option, this window will be closed, but the connection will not be closed. Okay, so better to disconnect it from here. Now let us go back to our domain controller. Okay, this was the window which is opened. remotely, you can see, and the user is also the remote user. So this is how you will access the device remotely in your LAN. So guys, we have seen RDS. In that RDS, we access the device of your LAN. But if you want to access any device, let us say this is your domain controller, and you want to access this domain controller from the remote side. Let us say you want to access this domain controller from your home. So what you will do, you will configure the RAS server. Using this RAS server, you can access the device remotely. So excuse me. Excuse me, guys. So RAS remote access service allows the remote users to access the LAN over internet. If you want to access your LAN over the internet, you will use this RAS server. We'll see, okay, what is this RAS server in detail. So a machine running Windows on which RAS remote access service is installed, it is called as RAS server. So this is the machine, and you have installed RAS remote access service. It is called as RAS server. So RAS allows remote users to connect through wide area network. So RAS, it is allowing the remote user. So let us say you are at home and you want to access your LAN, or you want to access the servers of your network. This RAS server is allowing you to access it remotely over internet. WAN link means over internet. So from there, RAS allows those clients to access the resources on your network. So you need to access this server. From this server, this RAS will allow to access this domain controller, access this server, access the printer, access the other PCs as well. So it is like you are sitting in your LAN. And remote users can access the network resources as though they were logged on to a machine directly connected to the network. So you will feel like you are in the network, you are sitting in your LAN. So to allow a user to connect remotely to the RAS server, user should have a dial-in permission. So guys, let us say you are the administrator and you want to access the devices or RAS server remotely. So administrator should have the dial-in permission. You should go to the domain controller. You should go to, let me show you. You will go to administrator, properties. You will go to dial-in. This is the permission, okay, dial-in. Then you should allow access. Then only you can access your site over the internet using RAS. Otherwise, you can't access. This dial-in permission is not required when you are in LAN. This dial-in permission is required when you are at home. From home, you are accessing. From internet, you are accessing the server. We'll see this as well. We'll enable this option also. So it allows remote users to access the LAN over the internet, a machine running Windows. So we have already covered. So to allow a user to connect remotely to the RAS server, user should have the dial-in permission. And guys, this RAS uses NAT and VPN. Okay. So let us try to understand what is NAT and what is VPN. So guys, we have already covered this point in this NAT and VPN in great detail, and we have done the configuration in CCNA as well. Okay, let us see what is this NAT. We'll see it one more time. So NAT stands for Network Address Translation. And what is the use of this NAT? It is a way to map multiple local private addresses to one public address before transferring the information. So guys, we'll take one example to understand what is this NAT. So imagine there are three organizations. The first organization is ABC, and this ABC organization is having their LAN. They have some computers, and these four computers are connected to switch, and is forming the ABC LAN, ABC organization LAN, and they are using this network 192.168.1.0 network in their LAN, and the IP addresses of these computers are like 192.168.1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4. There is one more LAN, and this LAN belongs to PQR organization. And they are also using the same network 192.168.1.0, and their IP addresses are like this 1.1 and 1.2. There is one more organization XYZ, and they are having some computers in their LAN, and they are also using this same network 192.168.1.1, 192.168.1.2. So guys, is there any problem here if they are using the same network in their LANs? Guys, any problem?
No,
Why?
because it's private network.
It is a private network. Very good. And if you connect these three private networks over internet, will there be any problem? Here guys, these three networks, they are not connected with each other, so there will be no problem here. But let us say the requirement is to connect these three networks to the internet. So they want, all these three organizations wants the internet access. So what you will do, you will purchase the router and you will connect it to the switch. So all these three networks, they will purchase the router and they will connect it to switch, and they will contact the service provider and they will take the internet access. Now guys, if you observe here, all the three networks are connected with each other and all of them are using the same network. Let us say there is one server, cisco.com is there, and this 192.168.1.1 of ABC organization wants to access cisco.com. He will open the browser and he will type cisco.com, and here the source is 192.168.1.1 and the destination is cisco.com. Okay, the request will go to the router will forward the request to internet. From internet, the request will go to cisco.com. So cisco.com will see that the request is coming from 192.168.1.1, but multiple devices are using the same IP address 192.168.1.1. Okay guys, so what the cisco.com will do, will it send the response to all the devices? It will get confused, right?
Yes.
So it will get confused and it won't be able to send the response to any device. This is a problem Okay, and guys, the IP addresses which we use in your LAN, it is called as private IP address. Okay, this is the private network, you can say. So this is the problem with the private IP addresses. We can't access the internet. If you want to access the internet, you need to purchase the public IP address. So these public IP addresses are unique IP addresses, and it is like your mobile number. No two mobile phones can have the same mobile number, the same, and no two devices can have the same public IP address. Okay, so what these organizations will do, they will purchase the public IP address. Let us say ABC has purchased 1.1.1.1, and they have configured this on this router, and PQR has purchased 2.2.2.2 IP address, and this XYZ also has purchased the one public IP address 3.3.3.3. Now what will happen? If this 192.160.1.1 wants to access cisco.com, again he will open the browser and he will type cisco.com. The request will go to this router. This time the router will not send the request from 192.160.1.1. Instead of that, it will replace this private IP address with this public IP address 1.1.1.1, and the destination will be cisco.com. The request will go to internet. From internet, the request will go to cisco.com. Cisco.com will see that the request is coming from 1.1.1, which is a public IP address, which is a unique IP address. Then it will send the response back to your ISP or internet. Then this router will get the response, and this router knows who has initiated this request. The request is initiated by 192.168.1.1, and send the response back to 192.168.1.1. Is it clear, guys? How you access the internet using this
Yes.
private IP address?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And here what is happening? This router is changing the private IP address to
Private
public IP address, correct?
Yes.
This concept is called what?
NAT.
NAT. It is called as NATing. So translating your private IP address to public IP address is called as NAT. So guys, we perform this NAT on routers, on servers, and we can perform this NATing on the firewalls as well. Okay, you need to remember this concept. If you want to give the internet access to your private computers, you use the NAT here. So what are the advantages, guys, of this NAT? Anyone? What are the advantages of NAT?
We can buy one public IP and we can use with that one public IP we can use multiple users.
Very good, Nisha. So here we have multiple private IP addresses. Okay, let us say you have 10 servers and they are using the IP addresses from 192.168.1.10 to 20, and you want to give the internet access, so you need to purchase 10 public IP addresses here for each device. And if you have 200 devices in your LAN, to provide the internet access to these 200 devices, you need to purchase 200 public IP addresses, which will be very expensive, guys. So instead of that, what you will do, you will purchase only one public IP address, and you will allow your 200 devices to in your LAN to access the internet. This is the first advantage. Saves money. And guys, when we are using the NAT, did we change any IP address in your LAN computer?
No.
So there is no need to change the IP addresses of your computer. With the help of this private IP addresses, you can access the internet. Translation will be done at the router. Okay. And the third advantage is you are not exposing your network, which is 192.168.1.0 over the internet. Your request is going using this public IP address, not with the private IP address. So you are not exposing, you're hiding your private network. So these are the three advantages of NAT. Clear, everyone?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So RAS supports NATing. Okay. So here, if you see here, we have multiple devices in our example. Let us say we have some servers. These are the servers and their IP addresses are 10.0.0.10, 10.0.0.20, 10.0.0.30. These are the IP addresses. And if you want to allow, if you want to give the internet access to these servers, you need to do the NATing here. Okay, let us say 1.1.1.1. So these servers will access the internet using this public IP address. Okay, so NAT stands for Network Address Translations. It is a way to map multiple local private addresses to one public IP address before transferring the information. And as we have discussed, it supports the VPN as well. Let us try to understand what is VPN. A VPN or virtual private network is an encrypted connection over the internet from a device to network. So guys, let us say you are at home and you want to access your network from your home. You want to do the task work from home. Okay, nowadays it is very common. You might have heard this term several times. So how you work from home using this VPN? So what you will do, you will take the internet access at your home and you will configure the RAS server and you will form the VPN between your home network and your organization. You will form the VPN here. This is the VPN. This is the internet connection. This is the VPN connection, and you will form the tunnel and you will access all your devices from your home. Okay. So guys, let us try to understand the difference between NAT and VPN. NAT allows your computers in your LAN to access the internet, and VPN allows the outsider to access your LAN. Got the difference? This will be our lab. We will take three servers. Three computers, two servers. Server one, this is your domain controller, and the IP address of this server will be 10.0.0.1. This is the private IP address. Subnet mask 255.0.0.0, and the default gateway will be 10.0.0.2. We'll see what is this default gateway. The default gateway means the router IP address. Remember this point. And preferred DNS, again, same as IP address. Okay, this default gateway will be the router IP address. Then we have this RAS server. So this RAS server will act as a router as well. So you will configure NAT and VPN here, and it will have two NICs. This server is having two NICs, this RAS server. NIC 1, which is connected to your LAN, which is connected to your server 1, and NIC 2, it will be connected to the internet. And guys, the IP address which you configure on NIC 1, which is connected to your private network, is 10.0.0.2. This is the IP address of your server to RAS server. And if you see, the gateway is 10.0.0.2. This is the RAS server IP address in the default gateway. The subnet mask is 255.0.0.0, and preferred DNS will be 10.0.0.1. So this is the NIC1 configuration. NIC2 configuration, you will get the public IP address from ISP. ISP will provide you one IP address, so you will configure it on NIC2, which is 11.0.0.1 in our case. This is the public IP address, and default the subnet mask is 255.0.0.0, and let us say this is your computer at home. You will take the internet access. So at your home, you will have a different IP range. Let us say you will get some other range like 192.168.1.1. Okay, but you need to make sure that you are able to ping this 11.0.0.1. So in our lab, what we will do, we will connect this NIC2 with NIC1 of your client one, and we'll configure 11.0.0.2 here. This is a lab configuration, but in real network, you will not get the same IP address. IP address from the same network. Okay, then we will configure the server one, then we'll configure RAS server, then we'll configure your client one. Okay, so let us do this lab. So first we'll configure the IP addresses on all the devices based on this lab. So let me change the name as well. Let me make it DC. We'll click OK. We'll configure the IP address first. Then we'll go for RAS configuration. And we'll change the password to a complex password. Password is changed. Now guys, let us verify the IP address. So guys, if you see the IP address is 10.0.0.1, subnet mask is 255.0.0.0. What should be the gateway?
N.2.
Very good. 10.0.0.0.2. Then we'll click OK. First, we'll configure the IP addresses. So IP address is configured on the domain controller. We'll go to server 2, and server 2 should have, or RAS server should have, 2 NIC cards. Okay, on one NIC we'll configure 10.0.0.2, on other NIC we'll configure 11.0.0.1. Let us verify whether it is having, and we'll change the server name as well. This will be our RAS server. All right, guys. So let us verify the NICs on this server. So guys, if you purchase any physical server, you will have multiple NICs already. Okay, servers comes with minimum 2 NIC cards, and on this virtual server, let us verify. We'll wait for a few seconds. So if you observe here, this server is having only one NIC card. So if it is a physical server, so you need to purchase the NIC card and you need to connect it. You need to open the server, you need to connect the NIC card to the motherboard. So you will get the additional NIC card. In virtual machine, you will go to VMs, settings, and you will go to network adapter and you will add the NIC card from here. Okay, so you will select network adapter, then you will click finish. Okay. So guys, if you see here, we have the additional NIC card. So on this NIC card, which is connected to your LAN, you will configure 10.0.0.2. Let us verify what is the IP address. It is 10.0.0.2. Okay. And we'll change the name as well to identify the things. Rename Ethernet. It is connected to your LAN. This NIC card will be connected to your internet. So we'll rename it to WAN. WAN, and we will configure this IP address. Which IP address, guys? What should be the IP address on NIC2? 11.0.0.1. This IP address you will get from the ISP, and this is the public IP address. So we use the public IP address to access the internet. If you don't have public IP address, you can't access it. 11.0.0.1. ISP will provide you the gateway as well. So in our lab, we don't need it. We'll click OK. Okay. Then we'll close it. We'll go to the client and we'll configure 11.0.0.2. So guys, this PC is in domain controller, right? So your PC will not be connected to the domain controller. You are using your home computer. So it will be like in work group. So let us take one PC which is in work group. And this is your RAS client. We log on to this RAS client. It is in work group. It is not in domain. Let us verify the IP address. The IP address is 11.0.0.2. Subnet mask is 255.0.0.0, and the preferred DNS is 11.0.0.1. Now guys, we'll do the verification. The verification is this RAS client should ping RAS server. Otherwise, you can't form the VPN. So let us ping first. Ping 11.0.0.2. It is pinging. And before that, we need to make sure that all these three PCs, this is a lab setting. In real time, you are not going to do these things. So it is in VMnet 2. Let us see the RAS server. It is in VMnet 2 or not. So make it into VMnet 2, all the adapters. Guys, this is the lab setting, okay? VMnet 2. This PC. It is in VMnet 2. Let us ping one more time. It is pinging. So guys, the IP addresses are configured as per our requirement. Then we'll go to DC. Okay, and on DC we will allow the administrator to access the RAS server. Okay, from home. We'll go to administrator. We'll go to dial in and allow access. It is compulsory. If you do not give it, administrator won't be able to access it over the WAN. Then we'll go to RAS server. In RAS server, guys, we need to install the remote service first. Okay, so most of the work you are going to do on the RAS server only. So how will you install the service? You will go to add roles and features. You will click next, next, and our second adapter is not appearing here. It should be available here. Let us cancel it. Let us refresh it. Add roles and features. Click next, next. Now it is having both the IP addresses 10.0.0.2 and 11.0.0.1 on this RAS server. We'll click next, and we need to install this remote access. Okay, so where is this remote access here? With remote access, IIS service will be installed. Okay, so we need to install IIS. It will be checked automatically. If it is not checked automatically, you need to select this option, IIS option also. Add features. Then we'll click next. 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 And here we need to select the direct access and VPN and routing as well. So this server is going to act as a router as well. So we'll select routing. Then we'll click next, next, next. Then we need to install this remote service. After installing this remote access, we need to configure it. We need to configure the VPN and NAT as well.
Sir, what was that command you used to configure the screen sharing MSTS something?
MSTSC.
MSTSC, okay.
We'll see it one more time. So guys, it is installed. We'll close it and we'll configure it. Okay. It is having two parts, installation and configuration. Excuse me guys. So we'll go to tools and we'll select this option, routing and remote access. Okay, routing and remote access. You'll select this option. You will get this window. You will go to server 2, and if you see it red mark, which means it is not ready, you will right click here and you will select this option, configure and enable routing and remote access. Then we'll click next. And here, if you want to configure only VPN, you can configure. If you want to configure only NAT, you can configure, but we need VPN and NAT. So we'll select this option, VPN and NAT. We'll click next. So it is saying that this server is having only one interface. Okay, so we'll cancel everything and we'll do it from scratch. Next. Now it is appearing both the interfaces. So you'll select the WAN interface, not the LAN. Then we'll click next. You can see the IP address 11.0.0.1. And guys, here it is asking, how do you want IP addresses to be assigned the remote client? So remote client should be assigned the IP address from your network. So if you select the automatic option, it will use the existing DHCP server of your network. If you select this second option, you need to provide the range. So we'll select the second option and we'll provide the range of IP address. New. Let us assign the IP address 10.0.0.100 to 10.0. 0.200. From this range, the IP addresses will be assigned to the remote users. Okay, this is the DHCP configuration for remote users. Then you will click next, and you will select this option, no, use routing and remote access for authentication connection. Okay, we don't have any radius server, so we'll go with this current option. We'll click finish. Already, so RAS is ready now. Okay, our DC configuration is done. We have enabled this user, and RAS configuration in RAS server. We have installed the remote service, and we have configured this remote access, and we have configured the remote access as well. We'll go to RAS client now. So guys, today we'll see what is remote desktop services. So this service is used to access the computer remotely. So when we access any computer remotely, let us say your servers are in data center. This is your server and it is in data center, and you want to access this server to create the users. Okay, it is your domain controller and you want to access this server. Excuse me, guys. So what is the IP address of this server? 10.0.0.1, and this is your computer, client one. And you use this client one and you want to create some users and you want to delete some users. You need to create some groups as well. So it is in data center, and it is not a good practice to enter into data center to do the configuration. Instead of that, what you will do, you will access this server from your client machine. You will get the desktop of the server from your client machine. You can see this is the remote computer, you can say, and you are accessing this computer. You are accessing this laptop from this computer. Okay, so remote desktop service, accessing computer remotely, and it is helpful for the administration, and it is disabled by default, guys. Okay, you need to enable it. So it is not compulsory that you will access only the servers remotely. You can access any PC as well. You can access the workstation also. Let us say you went for troubleshooting on first floor or third floor. Okay, and it is having some issues. This PC is having some issues, and you want to fix this issue on your desk. So what you will do, instead of fixing the issue sitting in front of this PC, you will come back to your desk and you will access this PC. Let us say the IP address is 10.0.0.50. So you will go to your desk and you will access this PC and you will take your time and you will fix this issue. So what happens generally when you go to any desk for user desk and you try to fix it, all the users, they will surround you and they will disturb you. So instead of that, what you will do, you will take the IP address and you will access that PC on your desk and you will fix it. And it is disabled by default. And guys, over LAN, we need the private IP address. So if it is in a LAN, so let us say, as we have discussed, we have multiple PCs. This is our domain controller, and which is connected to switch. Switch is having some PCs, multiple PCs. And we are using 10.0.0.0 network. The IP address of this PC is 10.0.0.1, 10.0.0.2, 10.0.0.3, 10.0.0.4, and so on. So if you are accessing any computer remotely, you will use the private IP addresses. We are using these private IP addresses. And guys, by default, 2 users can access the server remotely. Okay, if you need more users to access the device remotely, you need to purchase a license. Okay, and enable remote desktop service. By default, administrator is allowed. So when you, as we have discussed, this service is disabled by default. When you enable it, administrator is allowed. And let us say you want Bill to access the device remotely, then you need to add it manually. Okay, and what we will do, we will enable the remote desktop service. This is our lab, and if you want, you can add the users. We will add Bill and we will access the device remotely. Okay, for more than 2 users, we must purchase the license, and license is available in 2 forms, per user and per device. So if you want to purchase the license for users, let us say you need the license for 10 users. So these 10 users can access the servers from any device, and you can purchase the license per device as well. So you will use 10 devices. Any users can access, but it will allow only 10 devices. Okay guys, so what we will do now, we will do this lab. We will try to access the device remotely. Let me open the workstation as well. Servers are already open. Let us log on to this server. And we are accessing this device in your LAN. So first, what we will do, we will try to access this server from this client, and we'll see what will happen. So how will you access the device remotely? You will go to search and you will type MSTS. Okay, remote desktop connection. You will go to search and you will type this command and you will open it. You will get this window, remote desktop connection, and you will type the IP address of the computer you want to access it remotely. So we want to access this domain controller, our 10.0.0.1. Ten dot 0.0.0.1. So it will try to communicate 10.0.0.1. It is connecting. It is initiating the remote connection. Remote desktop can't connect to the remote computer for one of these reasons. The first reason, remote access to the server is not enabled. As we have discussed, the remote access is disabled by default. So it is disabled. This is the first reason. Second reason, the remote computer is turned off, which means it might be shut down. And the third reason is remote computer is not available on network. So maybe someone has removed the cable. But in our case, we can ping. Let me show you. We can ping 10.0.0.1, which means it is available. It is not turned off. It is not, the cable is not removed. It is available on the network. This is the first reason. Remote access to the server is not enabled. So we'll go to the server and we'll enable the remote connection. So how will you enable it? You will go to this PC, right click, properties. Here you will see this option, remote desktop. Click this option. And if you see here, it is disabled. We need to enable it. So it is taking the confirmation. You and user selected under the user accounts will be able to connect this PC remotely. Confirm. Then here under this user accounts, you will select this option, select users that can remotely access this PC. Here you can edit. If you observe here, we have just enabled the remote desktop and administrator already has the access. Okay, for administrator, you don't need to add it. all you have to do is to enable the remote desktop. If you want to add any user, you will select this option. And let us say we want to give the access to Bill, check names, and Bill is added. So Bill can access the device remotely. So this is the domain controller. So it should be administrator, then only he can access. Okay, if you want to give the access of other devices, he can access that devices as well. So guys, we have enabled the remote desktop. We'll go to this client and we'll enter the IP address. Now it is asking for a password. Okay, so the password is 123. Just 1 second. The password is 123. And if you want, you can check this option as well. Remember me, so you don't need to type the password every time you access the device remotely. If it is your desk, you should check that option if you are accessing the devices from other computers. So you should not check that option. You should not remember the password. Okay, so we'll click yes. You can see name in the certificate from the remote computer is server-01.ms.com. Yes. And this screen will be locked because we are accessing this server from this client. You can see the IP address here, 10.0.0.1. And we are accessing this device remotely, and here the screen is locked now. Okay, and this is the domain controller, and you can minimize the screen, you can maximize the screen. This is your screen, and this is the domain controller screen. If you want to create any user, you will go to Active Directory. You can create the users. Our user, you click next. Password never expires. You'll click next. Finish. Okay, now guys, if you want to disconnect this remote connection, you should not close it from here. Okay, you should close it. It is recommended to disconnect from here. Shut down, and you will get this disconnect option. When you access any device remotely, you will get this disconnect option. Besides sign out, shut down, and restart, you will get this disconnect option. If you close this option, this window will be closed, but the connection will not be closed. Okay, so better to disconnect it from here. Now let us go back to our domain controller. Okay, this was the window which is opened remotely, you can see, and the user is also the remote user. So this is how you will access the device remotely in your LAN. RAS client now. So on RAS client, what you will do, you will go to network, right click, properties. You will select this option, set up a new connection on network. Then you will select this option, connect to a workplace. Then you will get this window, and here you will select this option, use my internet connection VPN. Okay, what was that? Okay, set up the internet connection. Internet connection is already there, so I will set up the internet connection later. You will select this option. I will set up an internet connection later, not the first option. Then you will provide the public IP address of your server. What is the public IP address of our server? RAS server?
11.0.0.1.
Very good. 11.0.0.1. And this is the VPN connection name. If you want, you can change the name. We'll go with the default name. Then you will select this create option. Here guys, you will get this adapter. It is disconnected. This is a VPN connection. You will right click and you will select this connect disconnect option. And we need to provide the username and password of your administrator. At that ms.com. Then we'll click OK. It is connected. Now what we will do, we'll ping 10.0.0.1. 10.0.0.1 is pinging. This is the private IP address, and you are sitting at home, and you are able to ping this private address. And if you want, you can access the domain controller as well. MSTSC 10.0.0.1. Administrator at that ms.com. So this is 10.0.0.1 you are able to access from your home, you can say, from the other network. So you can access the files as well. You will type the IP address. Okay, so whatever the shared files are available on this server, you will get it. These are the shared folders, so you can get it from your home. And let us disconnect this VPN and we will see what will happen. It is connected. We will disconnect it. And let us try to ping 10.0.0.1. It will not ping, okay? And if you try to access the files of 10.0.0.1, you will not get the files, okay? Windows cannot access 10.0.0.1. What is the problem? We have disconnected the VPN. And you can see the remote connection is also closing here. So guys, we'll see backup and recovery, how to take the backup and how to recover the files. So imagine in our previous classes, what we have seen, we have created the shared folder and we have taken the backup of the files on this server. Okay, so we have created a like network folder and we have presented that network folder to the multiple clients, and that network folder is nothing but network drive is nothing but a folder on server, and the clients are saving their files on this folder. Let us say this server goes down. What will happen? This file will also goes down. Okay, and these clients will not be able to get these files again if this server goes down. So we need to take the backup from the server as well. Okay, and if something happens to this server, you can restore these files. Or let us say you have saved the file in D drive and you have formatted this D drive. Okay, all the data will be gone. So you can take the backup in E drive, or you can take the backup on another server. If you have another server, you can take the backup there. Okay, if something happens to the files or if something happens to the server, you can restore the files from there. So this is the concept behind backup and recovery. Okay, so if the data is deleted, drive is formatted, hard disk is damaged, so we can take the backup on other device or external device like external hard disk, USB drive. Okay, and in nowadays we have the complete backup solution as well. So if you don't have any backup solution, what you will do? You will take the backup manually using Windows backup service. Okay, so what is backup? So backup, it is a copy of data to an alternate media. Okay, so we take backup and restore using Windows backup service. We have one Windows backup service. We use this service to take the backup and restore the data. And we can take the backup online as well. Okay, if you have an Azure account, so you can take the backup on cloud, and we can schedule the backup as well. Scheduling the backup means backup should be taken at 12 a.m. every day. You can schedule it as well. So guys, for that we need to install the Windows backup service. So let us go to the server and we'll install it first. So guys, we need to install this feature. It is a feature. Okay, we'll select this add roles and features option. It is collecting the data. We'll wait for a few seconds. We'll click next, 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 and you will not find this backup in roles option. You need to click next here and you will find it in features option. Okay, in features, you will find Windows Server Backup. Here, you will check this option, then you will click next, then install. Okay, installation succeeded. We'll close it. And guys, what we will do, we'll take the backup now. You go to this PC and it is having only one drive. Let us create one more drive. We'll go to disk management. So you'll go to C, right click and shrink volume. We'll create one drive of around 2 GB, 200, 2000 MB. It will be around 2 GB. Shrink 1.9 GB and new sample value. Next, finish. So one drive is created, and what we will do, we will take the backup in E drive. Okay, from C, we'll take the backup in E. Data, file 1. We create one more file. File 2. We'll add some text. Okay, so this is enough to understand the concept. Now guys, we'll take the backup of this data folder in C. C2, what is the other drive? C2E. Okay, so we'll go to server manager, then we'll go to tools. Under this tools, you'll have to go to the bottom. Windows Server Backup, the last option. We'll click this option. And guys, if you see here, it is saying that backup to Azure have not been configured for this server, which means we can configure the backup. We can take the backup on the cloud as well, but we need the local backup. Okay, we'll go with local backup. We wait for a few seconds. Now guys, if you see, there is no backup available here. We have just installed the service, so no backup. And here we have three options. Backup schedule. So if you want to schedule any backup, you will select this first option. Backup once, which means if you want to take the backup now, you will select this backup once option. And the third option is for recovery, for restoring, you can say. So let us select this backup once option. Okay, and we'll click next here. So guys, we can take the backup of full server, and the size of this backup will be 11.14 GB. And we can customize the backup as customizing in the sense you can take a drive backup of a particular drive. You can take a backup of a folder. Okay, so we'll go with customize option, custom option. You can try full server backup as well while doing the lab. Then we'll click next. Okay, we need to add the item to be backed up. Please click this, and you can select C drive, complete C drive. You can select complete E drive. So we don't want to take the backup of complete C drive. We want to take the backup of this folder, all data. So you can select the other folders as well. We'll click OK. And then we'll click next. Okay, and where do we want to take the backup? On the local drive, on the same computer, on the same server, or you want to take the backup on the remote server. If you want to take the backup on remote server, you need to give the network path like server 02 and folder name. So we'll go with the local drive. You can try with the remote server. Okay, so we'll click local drives. We'll click next, and we'll select E. You can see 1.9 GB, and we will take the backup on this E drive. Then we'll click next, and this is the drive. Okay, we want to take the backup. This is a folder, and we'll select backup. So what is the status now? Creating shadow copy of values, which means it is creating the copy for backup. Shadow copy means same copy, you can say. Now it is taking the backup. Okay, so guys, we have a very small size of data, 1 KB. So that is why it took around 1 minute. If you have the data in GBs, means it will take time. Okay, so you need to have some patience. Then we'll click close, and if you can see, it is giving you the status as well. So 11/11/2021, the backup is taken and it is successful. And if there is any problem, so you will give the message as well. Then we will verify with we'll go to this E drive, and guys, the backup, you can see the folder is created by default, server 1. And if you open this server 1, you will see the backup like this. Okay, it is created like this, so you can't open from here. And if you want to restore, okay, so what we will do now, we'll delete we'll go to C, and we'll delete this data. Okay, and we'll delete it from recycle bin as well. Now we will restore it. Just give me 1 second, guys. All right, guys, so let us restore. We have deleted the data folder, and we'll restore it. So again, we'll go to tools, and you go to Windows Server Backup option, and you can see one backup is there, and we'll restore now. So to restore, we need to select this recover option. So it is asking, where is that backup stored? On this server or another location. So we have saved the backup on this local server. So we'll click this server and we'll click next. And what is this backup? Okay, it is files and folders are a complete volume. Like it is like a drive, C drive, E drive. So we have taken the backup of a folder. So we'll select this files and folders option. Then we'll click next. And okay, we click next. And where do we want to save this, restore this backup? On the original location or on another location? Like, and if you have any other drive, you can save that, restore that backup. So we'll go with original location. Then we'll click next, recover. Then we'll close it. Now we'll verify. You'll go to the original location C, and we have this data folder with these two files. So this is how you will recover the files. So guys, now we'll see NLB, network load balancing. Let us try to understand what is the use of this NLB. So imagine guys, you have one web server and it is web server and its IP address is 10.0.0.1 and there is one client, there is one user who wants to access this web server. So what he will do, let us say it is ms.com. He will open the browser and he will type ms.com. So the request will directly not go to this ms.com, the request will go to the DNS server to check what is the IP address of this web server. So this DNS server is having the information of ms.com with IP address 10.0.0.1. So DNS server will send the response. It will send that. It will send this IP address and it will say the client that the IP address of this ms.com is 10.0.0.1. Then this user will access this ms.com. Okay. Let us say guys, there is a huge traffic and the performance of the server will go down or this server goes down. What will happen? Clients won't be able to access this server. So what you will do, you will install one more web server for load balancing. And the IP address of this web server is 10.0.0.2. Again, it is ms.com. Okay, it is for the load balancing. So user one wants to access this ms.com, the request will go to DNS server. DNS server will provide the IP address as 10.0.0.1 and it is having one more IP address, now 10.0.0.2. And user 2 also wants to access ms.com. So the request will go to the DNS server. So now DNS server will provide the other IP address 10.0.0.2 to user 2 and user 2 will access this server. So the load is balanced here. Okay, it is distributed between these two servers. So we have one more user 3 and again he wants to access the ms.com. The request will go to the DNS server. DNS server now it will provide the first IP address. Okay, because second IP address is provided to user 2. So user 3 will get 10.0.0.1 and user 4 will get 10.0.0.2. User 5 will get 10.0.0.1. User 6 will get 10.0.0.2. So it is called as round robin method. Okay, first come, first serve like this. Now guys, let us say this server 1 goes down and user 1 is using 10.0.0.1. User 3 is also using 10.0.0.1. User 4 is also using 10.0.0.1. And these users won't be able to access this 10.0.0.1 because it is down. And the user 2, user 4, and user 5, they are using 10.0.0.2. They can access the website. So this DNS server doesn't know which server is up, which server is down. He will get the request and it will provide the IP address. Let us say one more user has requested for ms.com. So it will provide the same IP address 10.0.0.1 to him. It will not check. It is not a smart device, you can say, this DNS server, and it will not check whether this server is up or down. Request is coming to it and it is providing the IP address. So how to solve this problem? What we will do, we will use the network load balancer. So let us try to understand what is this network load balancer. Here you will install one load balancer, which is called as NLB, and you will provide the IP address to this network load balancer. Let us say the IP address is 10.0.0.100, and you will tell this DNS server that the IP address of this ms.com is 10.0.0.100. You will provide the NLB IP address to this ms.com. Okay, now what will happen? User 1 wants to access ms.com. The request will go to DNS server first. So this DNS server will provide 10.0.0.100. It will not provide 10.0.0.1 and 10.0.0.2. It will provide the NLB IP address. So this user 1 will try to access 10.0.0.100. The request will go to NLB. NLB will check which server is available. Okay, it will check 10.0.0.1 is available. Then it will give the access of this 10.0.0.1 to user 1. Then user 2 wants to access the ms.com. Again, user 2 will get the NLB IP address 10.0.0.100 and it will go to NLB. NLB will see which server is busy, which server is free. So now 10.0.0.2 is free. So it will provide the access to 10.0.0.2. So the same way, it will provide the IP addresses. So user 3 wants to access the web server. So it will get 10.0.0.1 from NLB, not from DNS. Then user 4 will get 10.0.0.2. Let us say this server goes down and the user wants to access ms.com. So again, the request will go to DNS. DNS will provide the NLB IP address. The request will go to NLB and NLB will check whether this server is available or not. If it is busy or available, if it is not available, it will provide the other IP address. So it sends heartbeat, or it sends, you can say, the ping, you can say, okay, heartbeat. They use this term called heartbeat every 5 seconds to check the availability of the server. If it is not available, it will provide the access to the other server. So this is the use of network load balancing. So guys, we have software network load balancer and hardware network load balancer. So you might have heard about the hardware network load balancer like F5 and Microsoft has provided the software load balancer as well. Okay, so we have hardware load balancer like F5 and software load balancer like NLB. So we are going to use NLB to load balance the traffic, and if any client goes down, users can still they access the web server from the other server. So now guys, let us create the NLB. So what we will do now, we'll create one cluster. Cluster, it is a group of servers, you can say. So we'll create the cluster and we'll add 10.0.0.1, 10.0.0.2 this cluster. And we'll assign the IP address as 10.0.0.100. Let us do this lab. For that, we need to install the service again. And before that, let us change the server names.
So this cluster means also this network load balancing. Is it same or is it different?
Yeah, in NLB, we create the cluster. Let me
Okay.
show you. You will get the idea. When we do the lab,
Okay.
it will be clear to you. So this is web server 1, this is web server 2. So we need to install this NLB on both the servers. We log on to web server 2 as well. Now guys, we'll check the connectivity. Ping 10.0.0.2. It is pinging. And we'll go to server manager. We'll go to add roles and features. We'll click next, next, next. Again, we need to go to features. Under this features, we'll go for the load balancing option. Okay, network load balancing, add features. Then we'll click next, we'll install. So the same feature should be installed on web server. Sorry, we need to go to add roles and features. We'll click next, next, next. Then we'll go to features. Next, then network load balancing. Then we'll click next. Then we'll click install. Meantime, let us verify the client as well. So NLB is installed on web server 1. So in web server 2, it is still installing. We will go to client and we'll verify the IP address. Yesterday we have changed some IP addresses. Ten dot zero dot zero dot. Let us make it 20. 10.0.0.1. Let us ping the other servers. Okay, 10.0.0.1 and 2, they are pinging. And we are going to assign the IP address to NLB as 10.0.0.100. Okay, so it is not pinging because we have not assigned the IP address yet. Okay, so it is also installed. Now guys, what we will do, we'll go to tools and we'll search for the network load balancer. Okay, network load balancing manager. And if you see there is no cluster created, we need to create the cluster. We'll right click and we'll create the new cluster, and you need to provide the server name or IP address. Okay, so server name like server-01 or IP address like 10.0.0.1. This is the IP address of server 1, and we'll select this option connect. We'll click it. It is selected. We'll click next. We'll click next. And it is asking for the cluster IP address. So we have decided to configure the cluster IP address as 10.0.0.100. So guys, this IP address, if your web server is installed over the internet, so this will be the public IP address. Okay, and some companies, they have the web servers for their users in LAN. So if it is in LAN only, it is not accessed from outside. So you should provide the private IP address. Okay, so we'll provide the private IP address and subnet mask. Then we'll click OK. Then we'll click next, next, finish. So here adding the first server. It is showing status is pending. So after it is added successfully, you will get converged. Okay, it is converged. Now we need to add 10.0.0.2 in the cluster. This is a cluster, guys. We need to add one more server. Right click, add host to cluster. If you see the IP address of the cluster, 10.0.0.100. Then 10.0.0.2, and we'll connect it. Okay, we'll add this Ethernet 0, which is our LAN. We'll click next, and next, finish. So it is pending. After it is added successfully, you will get converged option. Now guys, it is successfully added. Now what we will do, we'll verify, okay, we'll ping 10.0.0.100. We'll not ping 10.1 and 10.0.0.1 or 10.0.0.2. We'll ping 10.0.0.100, the cluster, the NLV. Now you can see it is pinging. So you can shut down any computer. Still this computer will be able to access it. Okay guys, so this is about NLB. In this section, we will see what is WDS or Windows Deployment Services. So Windows Deployment Services enables you to deploy Windows operating system over the network, which means you don't have to install each operating system directly from CD or DVD. So let us try to understand what does it mean. Imagine your company has purchased 200 PCs, or let us say they have purchased 500 PCs. Now you need to install the Windows 10 operating system on all the 500 computers. Okay, so what you will do, you will take the DVD drive or USB flash, you will connect the media to the computer, each and every computer, and you will install it. Okay, so you will go to each and every PC and you will install the operating systems individually, and it will take a lot of time. So to save your time, what you can do, you can use WDS. You will take one server, you will install WDS, and what you will do, you will connect all the computers to the network, and this WDS will install the operating system on your behalf on all the computers. You don't need to go to each and every computer. So this is the use of WDS. So let us see how does Windows Deployment Services work. So this WDS requires following services like DHCP, DNS, WDS, Active Directory. Active Directory is option. Okay, so let us see how it will use these services. So what you will do, you will take one server and you will install DHCP server. In our lab, it is already there. We have installed the DHCP server on domain controller. Then you will take another server, you will install DNS. Then you will take another server where you will install WDS. All right. Now let us try to understand how it works. So let us say we have connected client 1 to the network. Okay. So what this DHCP server will do, it will assign the IP address to this client 1. So it will provide, let us say we are using 10.0.0.0 network, and the subnet mask is 255.0.0.0, and let us say our gateway is 10.0.0.200,
Okay, and let us say the IP address of this DNS server is 10.0.0.1, and the IP address of this WDS server or Windows Deployment Services server is 10.0.0. Let us say 80. Okay, now what this DHCP server will do when we connect the client to the network, it will assign the IP address from 10.0.0.0 network. Let us say the IP address is 10.0.0.20, and it will assign the subnet mask to 55.0.0.0, and it will assign the gateway IP address 10.0.0.250, and it will also assign the DNS IP address to this client 10.0.0.1. Now this client one has got the DNS IP address. So it will send the request to the DNS server now. It will ask what is the IP address of WDS server. Now this DNS will provide the IP address of DNS or the WDS server to this client one, that is 10.0.0.80. Now this client one will send the request to WDS to deploy the operating system. So this WDS server, it will have the operating system image. Okay, we will see how to add the operating system image to WDS, and this WDS will install the operating system over the network. So these are the uses of these different services. This is how WDS works. So we'll do WDS lab. Okay, so it is having 4 steps. The first step is to install WDS, because we already have in our lab, we already have DHCP, we already have Active Directory, and we have DNS server as well. So we will install WDS. So installing WDS is not enough. We need to configure WDS. Then we will add the operating system image to this WDS. Then we will install the operating system on client using WDS. So let us install WDS first. So we'll see how to install it. All right. So the requirements, okay, so we will take this WDS server. Okay, and the requirement is the drive should be formatted with NTFS. So NTFS formatted drive at least with 10 GB hard disk space, and this hard disk should have at least 10 GB space, and 64-bit processor and 4 GB RAM for WDS server. So this WDS server should have 64-bit processor, and it should have at least 4 GB RAM. And we should have the ISO image. So we are going to install Windows 10 operating system on all the clients. So we should have the ISO image of Windows 10. Okay. So these are the requirements. So we have already formatted the hard disk with NTFS, and we have enough space. We will verify it. We will verify the hard disk. What do you say? The how it is formatted, and we'll see the space also. All right. How to install it? So we'll go to the server manager, then we'll go to add roles and features. We'll select this option, then we'll click next. Okay, so we'll click next 2 times, then we'll get this window, then we'll check this option, Windows Deployment Services. After checking this option, we'll click next, you will get this option. Okay, role services, deployment server and transport server. So we need to check both the options here. In our lab, we'll select both the options. So what is the use of this deployment server? Deployment server is responsible for storing and deploying the operating system image to the client computer. So this server, what it will do, it will save the ISO image and it will deploy the ISO image. It will install the operating system on the client machines. What this transport server will do, it is responsible for transmitting the data over the network. So here what WDS is doing, it will transmit. Okay, it is installing the operating system over the network. Okay, so installing in the sense it is transmitting some data. Who is transmitting the data? Transport service. It is the data in the sense the ISO image. Okay, over the network, transport server will transmit the ISO image to the clients. Okay, so transport server is responsible for transmitting the data over the network, including operating system images, boot images, and driver packages. And we can install this deployment server and transport server on the same server, and they can be installed on different servers also. Then we need to wait till this installation to be done. So what we will do, we will install the WDS first, then we will see the remaining 3 steps. We'll see theory then lab. Okay, so we'll go to, so what we will do in our lab, we are going to install WDS in domain controller only. Okay, but in real networks, you should have a separate member server for WDS. You should have a separate server for DHCP, WDS, DNS, etc. So let us change the name to DC, or let us make it to WDS. Let us log into this server. All right. So first what we will do, we'll do the verifications. We'll go to this PC. It is taking some time. All right. So if you see 83.8 GB is free here, and let us see whether it is formatted with NTFS or not. We'll right click and you can see the file system is NTFS. All right. Let us install WDS. Will open the server manager. We'll go to add roles and features. We click next, 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 and we'll select Windows Deployment Services. We'll check this option. Add features. Then we'll click next, next, next. So we'll check deployment server and transport server. We'll install both the servers on the same machine. We'll click next and we'll install it. And we'll wait for the installation to be done. Then we'll see the step 2, where we'll configure WDS. So installation succeeded on server 1. Let us verify. We'll go to tools and we'll see. You can see Windows deployment services installed. Okay, and it is having DHCP server. So we already have installed DHCP. We have already installed. You can see IA is also there. We need DNS. Okay, DNS is there. And we need DHCP also. DHCP is also installed, not IIS. Okay. So Active Directory, all the 4 services are installed here. Let us see how to configure the WDS. So we have completed our first step where we have installed the WDS. Now our second step is to configure WDS. So how will you configure WDS? You will go to tools. Under tools, you will open WDS, Windows Deployment Services. So you will get this option and WDS is not configured. So what you will do, you will expand servers and you will select the server name. You will right click here and you will select the first option, configure server. All right. After selecting that option, you will get 2 options here. The first option is integrated with Active Directory standalone server. So if you select the first option, it will, the WDS will be integrated with Active Directory. So when WDS is integrated with Active Directory, what will happen? It will use Active Directory to store the information about client computers. So when we integrate the WDS with Active Directory, it will save the information of computers in Active Directory like MAC address, IP address, operating system image, etc. Let us say you don't have the Active Directory in your environment. Then you will select the second option, standalone server. So it does not use Active Directory to store information about client computers. Instead, administrator must manually add client's computer to WDS. So we'll select integrated with Active Directory. We'll select the first option, then we'll click next. After that, you will get this window, remote installation folder location. So what WDS will do, it will create one folder in C drive where it will store the operating system images. So it will create a folder to save the Windows operating system image and boot files. The default location is C:/remote install. So it will create one folder in C drive where it will store the operating system images. You can change it also. Okay. So client computers retrieve operating system images from this folder only. So client computers, they will get the operating system images from this folder and you can change it. Okay. So we'll go with the default path here. Then we'll click next. After clicking next, you will get this proxy DHCP server option. Okay. Where you will have to select these 2 options. Okay. This option is useful only when you install WDS and DHCP on the same server. If WDS and DHCP, both of them are on different servers, then you will uncheck this option. If WDS and DHCP, both of them are installed on the same server, then you will check both the options. We will discuss, okay, what is the use of these 2 options. Okay, the first option, do not listen on DHCP and DHCP version 6 port. So what this option will do, okay, let us say we have installed DHCP and WDS on both the servers. So by default, DHCP will use the port number 67 to listen the request from the client. Okay, so there is a chance that the WDS will also use the same port. So to avoid this conflict, we don't want WDS to use the same port which is used by DHCP. So to avoid this conflict, we check this option. Okay. So do not listen on DHCP and DHCP version 6 port. What this option will do, if both WDS and DHCP are installed on the same server, they are both listening on port number 67. Then they will conflict with each other. So this option prevents WDS from conflicting with DHCP server on port number 67. So to avoid the conflict, we check this option. What is the use of this second option? Configure DHCP options for proxy DHCP. This option allow you to configure the WDS server to forward DHCP request to the DHCP server. So when you check this option, what WDS will do? It will send the request to the DHCP server. Okay. If you uncheck this option, your DHCP request will not go to the DHCP server. Okay. And as we have discussed, this option is applicable only when you install DHCP and WDS on both the servers. In our lab, we have installed WDS and DHCP on both the servers. Then you will click next. After that, you will get this option, PXE server initial setting. Do not respond to any client computer. Respond to only known computers, known client computers. Respond to all client computers, known, unknown. So if you select the first option, when you select the first option, okay, it will not send the response. It will not install the operating system to any client. Okay, so when we use this option, when you are not ready to deploy or you don't want to install the operating system on any computer, you will select the first option. Second option, respond only to known clients. So it is used to control which client can deploy the operating system. Okay, so whatever the clients which are added in WDS, it will install the operating system to those clients only. If you want to install the operating system to known and unknown computers, you want to install the operating system to the devices which are any device connected to the network, then you select the third option, respond to all client computers, known and unknown. So used to allow any client to deploy the operating. So it will deploy the operating system to all the computers, known and unknown. Then we'll click next. So we will go with the third option. Then we'll click next. Okay. So this is how you will configure it. Let us do the configuration. Let us do this lab. So let us complete the second step. Okay, we'll configure the WDS. So we'll go to tools, then we'll search for Windows Deployment Services or WDS. We'll open it. We'll expand servers. And if you see, it is not configured. We need to configure it. So Windows Deployment Services is not configured. So how will you configure it? You will right click on server and you will select the first option, configure server. Then you will click next. Okay, so we'll integrate the WDS with Active Directory. We'll click next. Okay, so it will create the folder to save the operating system image. So we will not change the path. We'll go with the default path. We'll click next. Yes. Okay, we'll check both the options. Do not listen on DHCP and configure DHCP options for proxy DHCP. We'll click next and we'll select the third option, respond to all the client computers. So it will install the operating system on all the clients, known or unknown. Then we'll click next and it is copying the files and it will do the configuration. Okay, we'll click finish. The configuration is done. So after the configuration is completed, you will get all the options here and the service is stopped. We need to start the service. How will you start the service? Right click, then you will go to all tasks, then you will select start. Okay, you will see that the service is started. It is starting the services. Now you can see the service is started. So let us complete let us see the third step. So we have done our second step. We have configured the WDS. Now we need to add the OS image for WDS. This is our third step. So how will you add the OS image for WDS? Okay. So as we have seen, okay, we have these multiple options, install image, boot image. Okay. So what we will do, we will select the install image option first. So what this install image will do, this is the operating system image. So we need to add the install image. Okay, we need to add the operating system image. Then we need to add the boot image also. What this boot image will do, it will boot the target PC. So we need to add these two images, install image and boot image. Install image is the operating system image. Boot image will boot the target PC. Okay, so we need to note one thing here. You will obtain both the images from Windows operating system media, such as DVD or ISO image. So we will use the ISO image to install these two images. So we will use the ISO image and ensure that it is added to the virtual machine. All right. So let us add them. Let us complete the fourth step. We'll go to WDS. We'll go to install image. Okay, so if you see, it is empty here. Boot image is also empty here. So how will you get these images? We need to provide the path. You should have the ISO image or DVD drive for Windows 10 machine. Whatever the operating system you want to install, you should have that media. All right, so we'll go to settings. We'll go to CD DVD. We'll browse to Windows 10 ISO image. So I'm having the ISO image of Windows 10 machine here. We'll go to software, and this is the Windows 10 ISO Enterprise. So we have provided the path. Then we'll go to WDS. Then we'll go to install image, right click, add image, and we'll provide the group name. Okay, we'll go with the default name, group 1. We'll click next. Then we'll browse. Then we'll go to DVD drive here. Okay, then DVD drive, EFI, import. Okay, then we'll go to sources. You will get this install image. Okay, so you will select this option, then you will click next. It will add the install image. So adding image, so it will take some time. Okay, so the install image is added. We need to add the boot image also. You can see it is added. So let us add the boot image. We'll right click, add boot image. We'll browse it. Okay, we'll select boot.wim. Then we'll click next, next, next. So it will add the boot image also. So this will be our third step where we will add the images. Then we will install the operating system on client machines. Okay, so the operation is complete. The selected image were successfully added to the server. We'll click finish and we have completed our third step. So we have completed our third step where we have added the images. Let us see what is the fourth step. Okay, the fourth step is to install the operating system on the client machine via WDS. Okay, so what we will do now before installing it, okay, we'll go to the server. Okay, we'll go to WDS, we'll right click on the server, we'll go to properties and we'll go to the, you will get this window. Okay, in this window, you will go to this boot option and you will select this second option. Always continue with PXE boot, always continue with PXE boot. So what this option will do, it will install the operating system without asking you to press F12, without asking you to press escape. Okay, it will not ask you to press any key, it will directly install the operating system. All right. So we'll install it. So it will install the operating system without asking you to press any key. All right. Then what we will do, we will create one virtual machine and we will reboot the virtual machine and it will contact with DSCP server. It will get the IP address. It will get the DNS IP address. Then it will request the DNS server to provide the IP address of WDS. Then DNS server will provide the IP address of WDS server. Then it will request the WDS server to provide the operating system to install the operating system. So let us create the virtual machine and it should be in host. The network setting should be host only. All right. So let us complete this fourth step. We'll go to WDS server one, right click, then we'll go to properties, then we'll go to boot. Always continue with PXE boot. Always continue with PXE boot. We'll click OK. So it will not ask you to press any key while installing the operating system. Now let us say we are connecting the machine, okay, client machine to the network. In our lab environment, we'll create one virtual machine. Then we'll install the operating system later. We'll install the Windows 10 operating system. We'll click next, next, finish. All right, and let us make the network setting host only. We'll go to WDS. We'll go to VM settings. Okay, it is Windows 10. Let us make the Windows 10 host only. We'll click OK. Let us make WDS host only. We'll go to VM settings. Network adapter. We'll select host only. All right. So the virtual machine is created. We'll power on this virtual machine. Now it will contact the DSCP. Then it will contact the WDS server and it will install the operating system. You can see loading files. It is not asking you to press any key. Directly it is contacting with the WDS and it is loading the files and it will start the installation. till it is loading the file. If your network is faster, it will load the files fast. Okay, the files are loaded. We will click next, and we need to provide the username and password of administrator, okay, of ms.com. Then it will start installing the operating system. We click next, select the drive. Now it has started the installation, and you know how to install it. Okay, so this is how you will use the WDS to install the operating system on multiple devices via network. In this section, we will discuss about server core. So what is server core? It is a specialized version of Windows Server operating system. So we can install Windows Server in two ways. One is GUI, another one is server core. So what is this server core? Actually, we'll try to understand. Okay, so it operates through command line interface instead of graphical user interface, which makes it faster. So this server core, it is a CLI based operating system where you will use the commands to run the operating system. You will not get the graphical user interface. You will not get the fancy graphics in server core. By removing the graphics, server core has smaller disk footprint. What does it mean by smaller disk footprint? It will take less space on your disk, which reduces the attack possibilities. Okay, and server core includes most but not all the server roles. So you will get most of the server roles. Okay, but it is not a full-fledged operating system. Okay, if you need the full-fledged operating system, then you need to install the GUI operating system. Windows Server Core is suitable for servers with specific roles like hosting website, storing files, etc. So if you have any critical server that requires both speed and security, Server Core is a good option to consider. But you can have all these options in GUI as well. Let us see how to install the Server Core operating system. So first we'll create the virtual machine for Server Core. Okay, so let me close all the other virtual machines. We'll create a new virtual machine for Server Core. We'll click next. We'll install the operating system later. We'll install the operating system 2022. Okay, and my workstation supports maximum 2019. We will select 2019, but we'll install 2022 only. Then we'll click next. And where do you want to save the operating system files or the virtual machine files? So we'll go with the default settings, then we'll click next, next, finish. The virtual machine is created. Let us change the name to server core. Then we'll install it. So we'll go to edit virtual machines. We'll provide the ISO image path. So it is there on my desktop. We'll go to desktop and ISO image is saved on my desktop under this software folder. Then ISO image. We'll select the Windows Server 2022 operating system and we'll select the ISO image. Then we'll click OK. And after that, we'll power on the virtual machine. It is loading the files. It will take few seconds. We'll click next. Install now. Okay. If you see desktop experience means it is the GUI operating system. And if you see the version name without any desktop experience, which means it is the core server. So let us install the Windows Server 2022 Data Center Evaluation Core. Then we'll click next. We'll accept the Microsoft license terms. Then we'll click next. And we'll select the second option. We'll install the operating system from scratch. Then we'll click new, apply, and we'll install the operating system in partition 3 and the other partitions, partition 1 and 2. They will store the supporting file of this operating system. Partition 3, it is a 59.9 GB hard disk and it is your C drive. Then we'll click next. And what it will do, it will copy the Microsoft Server operating system files. Then it will get the files ready. Then it will install the features. Then it will install the update. Then it will finish up the installation. So we'll wait for installation to be done. Then we'll do some configurations as well. So the installation is completed and the server is restarted. Okay, so installation is done, server is restarted, and now it has created the administrator account and we need to configure the password. So we'll click OK to configure the password. And we need to provide the password. So we'll provide the same password mcsc123 $. The password is changed and we'll move forward by clicking OK. And this is the server core interface. It is loading the things. Now, what do you want to do? It is welcoming us. Welcome to the Windows Server 2022 Data Center Evaluation. Okay, so what do you want to do? If you want to join this server to the domain, you will type 1 here. If you want to change the computer name, you will type 2. And for local administration, you will type 3. For remote management, you will type 4. For update, you will type 5. For installing update settings, you will type 5. To install the updates, you will type 6. For remote desktop, you will type 7. For configuring the IP address for network settings, you will type 7 here. For date and time, you will type 9, and you will get so many options like for log off, you will type 12. For restart, you will type 13. For shut down the server, you will type 14. For exiting, okay, from this command line, you will type 15. So what we will do, we will configure the IP address first. So to configure the IP address, we need to type 8 here. All right, so it is having the IP address 192.168.140.139. Okay, so what we will do, we will change the IP address. So we need to type the command number, the what do we say, network adapter number. Okay, 1. So we have only one network adapter. We will type 1 here. All right, and what you want to do now, you need to set the network adapter address or IP address. You need to set the DNS server IP address, or you need to clear the DNS service. So we need to configure the IP address. We are using 10.0.0.0 network, and it has taken this IP address from DHCP. So we need to change it. So let us type 1 here to change the IP address. So which IP address you want to change? Means you want to configure the IP address from DHCP or static IP address. So we'll configure the IP address from static. So we will type yes. For DHCP, you will type D. We'll type S here. And we need to enter the IP address. Let us configure 10.0.0. Let us say 9. Okay, the IP address is configured. Now we need to enter the subnet mask 255.255.255.0. Let us say our gateway IP address is like 10.0.0.100, or if you want to leave it blank. So what you will do, you will cancel. So let us enter the gateway 10.0.0.0.100. Okay, so the IP address is configured. If you want to continue, press enter. Again, we have got this numbers, we have got these multiple options. Let us say we want to change the server name. So to change the server name, which option you will select? You will select the option number 2. Okay, the current name of this server is win n65 and so on. So let us change the server name by selecting the option 2. Okay, so let us say it is a DHCP server. All right, so let us provide the name as DHCP server, and it has changed the computer name, and after changing the computer name again with CLI also we need to restart the computer. So we will type Y to restart the computer. So these are the basic settings, and you can go to that menu and you can configure the server by selecting the numbers there. First of all, we will see what is the meaning of virtualization. In computing, the term virtualization refers to a digital copy of something real. So virtualization is a digital copy of real things. Like the characters in computer games are the digital copies of humans. In this example, these are the computer game characters. They are the digital copies of humans. These virtual copies are appearing to exist. If you see, they are appearing to exist, but not existing in the physical world. So they are not existing in the physical world. We cannot touch them. This is the meaning of virtualization. So we'll see virtualization types. There are different virtualization types available. Some of them are network virtualization, storage virtualization, desktop virtualization, and server virtualization. So we are dealing with servers. So we will discuss about the server virtualization. So to understand what is server virtualization, we need to understand the traditional way to deploy the servers first, then we will understand what is server virtualization. So we'll see virtualization types. There are different virtualization types available. Some of them are network virtualization, storage virtualization, desktop virtualization, and server virtualization. So we are dealing with servers. So we will discuss about the server virtualization. So to understand what is server virtualization, we need to understand the traditional way to deploy the servers first, then we will understand what is server virtualization. Let us understand the traditional way to deploy the servers. The traditional data centers or server rooms. Server rooms means it is a room where we install the server. So traditional server rooms are filled with several physical servers. So if you visit any traditional server room or data center, you will see so many servers installed in the server room. Okay, in this example, we have some racks. In each rack, you will install the physical servers. If you see, these racks are having multiple physical servers installed. These physical servers. Okay, so we have multiple racks in our server rooms or data center, and each rack will have multiple physical servers. So you might be wondering why so many physical servers in the traditional data centers. The answer is it is a common practice to dedicate an individual server to a single application. Let us say you have one application. If you want to install one application, you need one physical server. If you want to install two applications, you need two physical servers. If you want to install 100 applications, you need 100 physical servers. The ratio in the traditional data center is 1:1. In this section, we will discuss why this 1:1 ratio. So after knowing that the traditional networks follow 1:1 ratio, you might be having some questions. Like, can we install multiple applications on one server or not? The answer is yes, we can install multiple applications on one server. Then you might be having another question. The question is, if we can install multiple applications on one server, why to follow this 1:1 ratio? Why we are not installing all the applications on one server? The answer is installing multiple applications on one server is having some drawbacks. We'll try to understand the drawbacks using this example. Let us say our requirement is to install the below services and applications like Active Directory, DNS server, DHCP server, web server, email server, SQL server, and SAP. So what we will do, we will take one physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install any server operating system. In this example, we have installed Windows Server 2022 operating system. On the top of this operating system, we will install the services and applications like Active Directory, DNS server, DHCP server, web server, email server, and SQL server. So the multiple services are installed on one server. So we can install multiple services on one server, and these services are accessed by the user. So imagine you have multiple users in your network. These users will access these services via operating system. Now let us see the drawbacks of installing the multiple services on one server. The first drawback is if the operating system gets corrupted. Okay, let us say this operating system gets corrupted. All the services are not available to the user because all the services are installed on this operating system and this operating system is not available. So services also are not available. This is the first drawback. The second drawback is it will slow down the operating system. We are using only one operating system here. This operating system is serving the multiple users and we have installed multiple services on this operating system. So this operating system is having so much of load here. Okay, so it will slow down the operating system and we can't install the services like SAP, SCOM, Oracle on Active Directory. So whenever we install Active Directory on any server, it will not allow the other services to be installed like SAP, SCOM, Oracle, etc. This is the third drawback of installing the multiple services on one server. So to overcome these issues, we will follow 1:1 ratio where we will purchase the dedicated server for each application, which means if we have 6 applications, we will purchase 6 physical servers. If we have 100 applications, we will purchase 100 physical servers. So in our example, we have 6 applications and services. So we have purchased 6 servers. Server 1, server 2, server 3, server 4, server 5, server 6. After purchasing the hardware server, the first thing you will do is you will install the server operating system. So in our example, we have installed Windows Server operating system on all the 6 servers. On the top of it, you will install the application. On server 1, we have installed Active Directory. On server 2, we have installed DNS server. On server 3, we have installed web server. On server 4, we have installed SQL server. On server 5, we have installed SAP. On server 6, we have installed email server. So let us see the advantages of this 1:1 ratio. Let us say this operating system of email server gets corrupted. So only this email services not available to the users. These users can access the other services like Active Directory, DNS, web server, SQL, and SAP. You need to work only on this server. This is the first advantage. The next advantage is you will get the better performance from all the servers because we have installed the applications and services on separate operating system. Okay, so there is very less load on each operating system and you will get the better performance. And the fourth advantage is you can install the softwares like SQL because we are using the separate server here to install the SQL server. So Active Directory will not stop this SQL server to be installed. Dedicating one server to one application is a traditional way of installing the servers and data center. This method has so many drawbacks. So we'll discuss about the drawbacks of traditional data centers, that is 1:1 ratio method. If you are dedicating one server to one application and if you have 100 applications and you need to purchase 100 servers. So if you are using the traditional way, you need multiple servers. if you are using multiple servers, then you need multiple switches and you need to do a lot of cabling. And the next drawback is there is a huge power consumption if you have multiple servers in your data center. So there will be more power consumption when you have a lot of servers, and you need to provide 24/7 power supply. In case of power failure, we need to provide the backup as well, power supply backup via UPS and generator, and these generators required fuel. So this is the UPS here, these are the generators, and these generators required fuel. And the next drawback is the traditional data centers required extra cooling. Why this cooling? Because servers and related devices generate an enormous heat which risks the data. So ACs must be installed to make them cool. So if you have more number of servers, they will generate more heat and require extra cooling. So in this example, if you see, we have installed ACs here to make the data center cool. We need large space in the traditional data centers because we install multiple servers, multiple networking devices. Then to manage the complete traditional infrastructure, we need huge manpower. We need network engineers, system engineers, technicians, electricians, etc. In short, the traditional data centers consume a lot of money. And the shocking part is, each server in the traditional data center will utilize up to 20% of its resources, which means we are wasting 80% of resources of each server. I have taken the screenshot of one of the computers. If you see here, the CPU utilization is 2% here, memory utilization is 19%, and the hard disk utilization is 0%. So imagine you are spending a lot of money and we are utilizing only 20% of the resources of each server. Despite so many drawbacks, the companies were using the 1:1 ratio only for one reason, and that reason is to provide a separate operating system for separate application. In our example, if you see, we have provided a separate operating system to Active Directory, separate operating system to DNS server, separate operating system to web server, separate operating system to SQL server, separate operating system to SAP, separate operating system to email server. So why we are providing the separate operating system to separate application here? To get the better performance. If this operating system of email server goes down, other services are still available, and all the operating system are having the less load, so they can give the better performance. This is the reason we are using 1:1 ratio in the traditional network. To overcome the drawbacks caused by traditional data center, that is 1:1 ratio, we need a solution that allows us to run multiple operating system on one physical server, which means you will take one physical server. On the top of this one physical server, you will run multiple operating system at the same time. On the top of this multiple operating system, you can run different applications. So we need this solution. And the solution is server virtualization. We'll see what is this server virtualization. Server virtualization, it is a technology that allows single physical server to run multiple operating system at the same time. So what this server virtualization will do, it will allow multiple operating systems to run at the same time on one physical server. So with this technology, what you will do, you will take one physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install virtualization software. This virtualization software, what it will do, it will help you to create the virtual machine. So we will create multiple virtual machines here. So we need 6 applications to be installed. So we will create 6 virtual machines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the top of this each virtual machine, we will install a separate operating system. If you see here, virtual machine 1 is having its own operating system, virtual machine 2 is having its own operating system, and the same way virtual machine 3, 4, 5, 6, they are having their own operating systems. On the top of this operating systems, you will install the applications like Active Directory, DNS, web server, SQL Server, SAP, and email server. So each application is getting its own operating system here, which is possible with this server virtualization. And let us see the traditional architecture and virtual architecture. With traditional architecture, you will take the physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install the server operating system. On the top of this server operating system, you will install the application. With virtual architecture, you will take physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install the virtualization software, which is also called as hypervisor. So you will install virtualization software. On the top of this virtualization software, you will create multiple virtual machines. Okay, here we have created 6 virtual machines. On the top of these virtual machines, you will install the operating systems. On the top of this operating system, you will install the applications. This is the virtual architecture. Or moving forward, we'll see virtualization history. Virtualization was first implemented in 1960s by IBM. Virtualization was developed for mainframe computers. This is the mainframe computer, and mainframe computers are very big. If you see, it is a very big computer which took one big hall to get installed, and they are very expensive as well, and we can't afford to install only one application on one frame computer, which means we can't afford to follow the 1:1 ratio. For better utilization of mainframe computers, virtualization technology was developed. IBM has released an operating system called CPCMS for virtualization in 1960. In 1970, IBM has released one more virtualization software called VM. So these are the virtualization softwares. So you might be wondering, if this virtualization technology has been there since 1960s, why are we adopting it now? So let us try to understand the reason. Virtualization was developed for mainframe computer architecture. It is developed for the mainframe computer architecture. Today, computers like rack server, this is the rack server, and it is based on x86 architecture. So the architecture of mainframe computer and rack server is different. We can't use the mainframe virtualization software on x86 based computers. Okay, because the architecture is different, so we can't use the mainframe softwares to virtualize the rack servers. It is like we can't install the iPhone applications on Nokia's 3310 phone here. So we can't install the iPhone apps on Nokia's 3310 phone here. So in the same way, we can't use the mainframe computer virtualization software in x86 architecture computers. No company has developed the virtualization software for x86 architecture till 1999. VMware is the first company to invent the virtualization for x86 platform in 1990s to address the underutilization and other issues. So VMware is the first company to virtualize the x86 architecture. That is why we are adopting this technology now. Before 1990s, we didn't have any solution to virtualize the x86 architecture. We had the solution to virtualize only the mainframe computers. In this section, we will see hypervisor types. There are two types of hypervisors: type 1 hypervisor and type 2 hypervisor. Type 1 hypervisor runs directly on the server's hardware. You will take the server, let us say this is a physical server. On the top of this physical server, hardware, you will install the type 1 hypervisor. Type 2 hypervisor, you will take the server. On the top of this server, you will install the operating system, any operating system like Windows Server 2022 or Windows 10 operating system. On the top of this Windows operating system, you will install the hypervisor, then you will create the virtual machines. So type 1 hypervisor, it will run directly on the hardware. Type 2 hypervisor will run on the operating system like Windows 10, Windows Server 2022. We'll discuss about these two hypervisors one by one in detail. First, we will see type 2 hypervisor, then we will see what is type 1 hypervisor. Let us discuss about type 2 hypervisor. Type 2 hypervisor doesn't directly run on the hardware. Instead, it runs on the operating system. To use type 2 hypervisor, what will you do? You will take one computer. On the top of this computer, you will install the operating system like Windows 10 operating system. On the top of this Windows 10 operating system, you will install the type 2 hypervisor. On the top of this type 2 hypervisor, you will create different virtual machines. On the top of these virtual machines, you will install the operating system. Then you will install the applications on the top of this operating system. This is how you will work with type 2 hypervisor. It will not directly run on the hardware. Type 2 hypervisor rarely show up in server-based environment. So we don't use type 2 hypervisor in the real networks. And they are suitable for individual PC users needing to run multiple operating systems without formatting their current operating systems. Let us say you are a software developer and you have one PC. On this PC, you have already installed Windows 10 operating system and you have developed one software and you want to test your software on different operating system like Windows 11 operating system, Windows Server 2022 operating system, Linux operating system. So without formatting your computer, what will you do? You will install the type 2 hypervisor on the top of this Windows 10 operating system. On the top of this type 2 hypervisor, you will create multiple virtual machines. Okay, and on the top of these virtual machines, you will install Windows 11 operating system, Windows Server 2022 operating system and Linux operating system, and you can test your software here without formatting your current operating system. Type 2 hypervisor is less secured than type 1 hypervisor because there is a mediator between type 2 hypervisor and hardware. So here if you see, this is the type 2 hypervisor and this is the hardware. Between this type 2 hypervisor and hardware, we have the operating system. So which makes this type 2 hypervisor less secured. And it is very slow as well. It is slower than type 1 hypervisor. Again, the same reason we have the mediator between type 2 hypervisor and hardware. There are different type 2 hypervisors available from different companies. Oracle has VirtualBox, Microsoft has Microsoft Virtual PC, and VMware has VMware Workstation. So these are the type 2 hypervisors. Let us see type 1 hypervisor in detail. A type 1 hypervisor runs directly on the computer's physical hardware. As we have discussed, this type 1 hypervisor, it will run directly on the physical hardware. So you will take one server. On the top of this server, you will install the type 1 hypervisor. On the top of this hypervisor, type 1 hypervisor, you will create the different virtual machines. On the top of these virtual machines, you will install the operating system like Windows Server operating system. On the top of this operating system, you will install the applications. If you see here, this is the physical server here, and we are running the type 1 hypervisor on the top of this physical hardware. And it will virtualize the x86 architecture here. We can create the multiple virtual machines. In this example, we have created virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2, virtual machine 3. Okay, in virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2, virtual machine 3, all these virtual machines we have installed the operating systems. On the top of this operating system, we have installed the application. So type 1 hypervisor runs directly on the physical hardware, and it will directly interact with the hardware resources of the server like CPU, RAM, NIC, DVD drive. So hardware servers are having the resources like CPU, RAM, NIC, DVD drive. As you see, it is having the hardware resources like CPU, RAM, NIC, and DVD drive. This hypervisor will directly interact with these resources, and it is also known as a bare metal hypervisor. Why it is known as a bare metal hypervisor? Because it is sitting directly on the hardware, it is sitting directly on the metal here. That is why it is known as bare metal hypervisor. And type 1 hypervisor is highly efficient because they have direct access to the physical hardware. So this type 1 hypervisor, it is highly efficient because it is interacting the hardware directly. There is no mediator between hypervisor and hardware, and it increases the security because there is nothing between hypervisor and hardware. Let us see type 1 hypervisor. There are different type 1 hypervisors available from different companies. Like Oracle has Oracle VM, VMware has ESXi, and Microsoft has Microsoft Hyper-V. So we'll discuss about Hyper-V. So we'll see how to get the hypervisor. So as we have already discussed, Windows Server 2022 is having 3 editions: Essential Edition, Standard Edition, and Data Center Edition. With Essential Edition, you can create only 25 user accounts, but you cannot have any virtualization functionality. With the Standard Edition, okay, you will get the full functionality and you can create only 2 virtual machines. If your organization required only 2 virtual machines, then you can go with Standard Edition. With Data Center Edition, you can get Windows Server full functionality with unlimited virtual machines. So we have already installed Data Center Edition. So we can create unlimited virtual machines with Data Center Edition. So you can get the Hyper-V on Windows Server 2022 by installing the hypervisor role. So you will get one hypervisor role in Windows Server 2022. You will install that role and you will get the hypervisor. So Hyper-V may look like type 2 hypervisor. So it looks like type 2 hypervisor because we are installing the Hyper-V from Windows Server 2022. But it is a type 1 hypervisor that runs directly on hardware, isolates the virtual machine. So it is the type 1 hypervisor even though we are installing this Hyper-V from Windows Server operating system. So after installing the Hyper-V, we will create the virtual machines. So Hyper-V is having VM generations. So Hyper-V has 2 types of virtual machines, generation 1 and generation 2. Let us see the difference between these 2 generations. Generation 1 uses BIOS and supports 32 and 64-bit operating system. So with generation 1, you can install 32-bit operating system and 64-bit operating system as well. It has IDE, SCSI controller, synthetic and legacy network adapter, COM ports, diskette drive, remote FX 3D video adapter. We will discuss about these different components in our next slide. So we will see what is this IDE, SCSI controller, synthetic and legacy network adapter and other components. So just remember this point, generation 1 uses BIOS, and we can install 32 and 64-bit operating system with these components. And generation 2 uses UEFI. Okay, it uses UEFI and supports only 64-bit Windows and Linux operating system, which means it supports 64-bit operating system. It has SCSI controller only, synthetic network adapter only, no COM port, no diskette drive, and remote FX 3D video adapter. It also has secure boot and VTPM. Okay, again we will discuss about these components in our next slide. So just remember these points. Generation 1 uses BIOS and we can install 32-bit and 64-bit operating system. Generation 2 uses UEFI and supports only 64-bit operating system with the below components. Both types can have DVD drive, serial port, memory, processor, keyboard, mouse, integrated services. Okay, so let us see what is this remote FX 3D video adapter. So this component provides enhanced graphic capabilities for virtual machines. And what is this VTPM, Virtual Trusted Platform Module? Provides a software-based security feature for encryption and secure storage key. So it is providing the security by encrypting and storing the secure keys. Then secure boot ensures that only trusted operating system components are loaded during the boot up. So what it will do, it will ensure only the trusted operating system is loaded during the boot up. Then BIOS. BIOS stands for Basic Input Output System. So it is a firmware that initializes hardware components during startup and provides basic system functionality. Okay, let us see what is UEFI. UEFI stands for Unified Extensible Firmware Interface. So modern firmware, it is a modern firmware interface that replaces the traditional BIOS. BIOS is the traditional firmware and it is replaced with UEFI, offering enhanced features, faster boot times. And what is this IDE? IDE, Integrated Device Electronic Controller, supports IDE-based storage devices like hard drive and optical. Nowadays means the latest hard disk, they are IDE based devices. So it is supporting those IDE based devices as well. Then we have SCSI. SCSI stands for Small Computer System Interface Controller. Supports SCSI based storage devices like hard drives and tape drives. Okay, IDE, it is the latest one. SCSI is the older one, but it supports both IDE and SCSI. Then memory, as we all know, what is memory? It is RAM. Processor, again, we all know, we have already discussed what is processor in our basic classes. It is CPU and it is the brain of your computer and it executes the instructions. Then keyboard and mouse we have already discussed. And what is this integrated services? Integrated services, software components installed on the guest operating system to improve performance, reliability, manageability in a virtualized environment. So what we do, we install the hypervisor. After installing the hypervisor, we install the operating system. This is the guest operating system. On this guest operating system, software components are installed, okay, to improve the performance, reliability, manageability of in the virtualized environment of this operating system. Then what is this synthetic network adapter? So synthetic network adapter is nothing but the virtual network adapter. So physical devices required physical network adapter, virtual devices required virtual network adapter. Those virtual network adapters are referred to as synthetic network adapter. So virtual network adapter that offers high performance networking for virtual machines. Then what is this legacy network adapter? So legacy network adapter emulates the older network adapter hardware for compatibility with legacy operating system. Then we have COM ports. COM ports, serial communication ports used for connecting devices like modem and serial printers. Then we have diskette drive, floppy disk drive used for reading and writing the data from floppy disk. Okay, even you can get the diskette drive. DVD drive, optical drive used for reading and writing the data on DVD. So these are the different components we can get. Even we are getting the legacy components here. Then which one to select? As we have discussed, Hyper-V is having two types of virtual machine. There are two generation of virtual machine, generation 1 and generation 2. Which one to select? So generation 1, as we have discussed, it uses the BIOS and supports 32 and 64-bit operating system. It is slower and less secure than generation 2. So imagine in your environment you are having 32-bit operating system and 64-bit operating system. Then in this case you will go with generation 1. Let us say you are having only 64-bit operating system in your environment, then ignore this generation 1. You should use generation 2 only because it is the latest one. It uses UEFI supports 64-bit operating system. It is faster and it is secured than generation 1. Let us see the hardware specifications to install the Hyper-V. So we need the processor 1.4 gigahertz or higher, and the processor should be 64-bit architecture with virtualization enabled. And the RAM should be minimum 4 GB, and the hard disk, it can be like SATA or SSD with sufficient storage. You should know how much storage you are going to use, so you should have that much storage. Then we have VHD and VHDX capacities. Like, let us say the hard disk you have selected VHD. VHD supports up to 2 TB virtual storage. VHDX supports up to 64 TB of virtual storage. Okay, VHD stands for virtual hard disk. VHDS stands for virtual hard disk extended. Okay, so in hard disk you have two options, VHD and VHDX. So VHD supports up to 2 TB and VHDX supports up to 64 TB. Again, it is completely based on your requirement. You will see the requirement and you will select the hard disk. If you select VHDX, so you don't need to care, okay, what will happen after 2 TB. So you will get 64, maximum 64 TB. Now what we will do, we will install the Hyper-V on our Windows Server operating system. Then after installing the Hyper-V, we need to create two VMs. Then what we will do, we will install the operating system on one virtual machine. After that, okay, we will do the networking part that we will discuss later. Okay, so to install Hyper-V, ensure you have Windows Server 2012 or later. So we are going to install the operating system on Windows Server 2022. So you can install it on a domain controller, member server or workgroup. It will work, but it is not recommended to install the Hyper-V on domain controller. Okay, so to get the better performance and security, it is not recommended to install the Hyper-V on domain controller. So in our lab, we will install the Hyper-V on DC only. Okay, because we have limited servers, but in real networks, you will take the member server or work group, then you will install the Hyper-V. Okay, so in our lab, to install the Hyper-V, we need to do some settings. Okay, so the lab settings are like, we need to allocate minimum 4 GB of RAM. For that, we need to shut down the router. To increase the RAM, we need to shut down the server, and we should ensure that virtualize Intel VT or EPT is enabled. I will show you how to enable it. And we should set the network adapter to host only module. And what we will do, we will provide the Windows Server 2022 ISO image in the disk. I will show you why to provide the ISO image path, okay, when we do the lab. So make sure the ISO file is accessible. So let us do these settings first, then we'll install the Hyper-V. Let us install the Hyper-V. We'll add roles and features. Then we'll click next, 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 and we'll check this Hyper-V option. Then we'll add features. and this option will be checked. Okay, this option is checked. We'll click next, next, next. Okay, and this Ethernet option is related to networking. We'll discuss this Ethernet option later. So let us skip it. We'll click next, and we'll allow this server to restart. Okay, send and receive the live migration of virtual machine. We don't need this option. We'll click next, next, and we'll restart the server automatically. So it required restart. So let this server restart automatically. Then we'll click install option. So it has started the installation. It will take around 10 to 15 minutes. We'll wait for 10 to 15 minutes. It has restarted the server, then it will do some updates. And it will make this server ready for Hyper-V. it is working on feature and 88% is completed, and we should make sure that we don't shut down the computer. It is applying the computer settings now. So it is having a new role, so it will take some time. All right, so let us log into this server. Oh, again, it will take some time. We will let this server settle down. So it is installing the features. All right, so installation succeeded on server 2. We'll close it. And if you see, Hyper-V is available here. We'll go to tools and we'll verify Hyper-V is there or not. So we are having the Hyper-V manager. So which means Hyper-V is successfully installed. So guys, the Hyper-V is installed, and if you go to tools, you will get the Hyper-V manager option. So we'll click this Hyper-V manager option, and this is the Hyper-V interface. You will get the Hyper-V manager, and you will get the server name here. This is the server where we have installed the Hyper-V. Now we need to create the virtual machine. How will you create the virtual machine? You will right click on server 2, then you will select new option, then you will select virtual machine option. We are creating new virtual machine. Then we'll click next, and we need to provide the virtual machine name. Let us provide the virtual machine name VM1. And if you want to store the virtual machine in a different location, you will select the option and you will browse the location. So we will go with the default settings. We don't want to change the virtual machine location. Then we'll click next, and we'll select the generation 1 option. As we have discussed, we have two generations, generation 1 and generation 2, and we have seen the differences as well. So we'll go with generation 1. We'll click next, and this is the memory size, RAM size 1024. By default it is 1024 MB. We will go with default size. If you want to increase, you can increase it. And then we'll click next, and this is the virtual machine network adapter option. This is the networking option that we will discuss after creating and installing the operating system. After creating the virtual machine, then installing the operating system, we will discuss about the networking options. Then we'll click next, and if you select the first option, it will create a new virtual hard disk. If you already have virtual hard disk and you want to attach that existing virtual hard disk to this virtual machine, you will select the second option. We don't have any existing virtual machine, so we will go with the first option. And this is the location, this is the name of this virtual hard disk, and by default it has taken the 127 GB of hard disk. We can provide 64 TB. It should be available. Okay, so we don't have enough hard disk available, so we will select the option 10 here. We will provide 10 GB hard disk to this VM1. Then we'll click next, and we'll install the operating system later. We'll select the second option. After creating the virtual machine, we'll install the operating system. Then we'll click next, and we'll click finish. So VM1 is created. Now we need to install the operating system. How will you install the operating system? You will right click on this virtual machine, then you will select the connect option. Then we need to provide the ISO image path, or we need to provide the media path of Windows Server 2022. So we'll go to files, we'll click settings, then we'll go to this DVD drive option, and we'll select this physical option. We are having two options, image file or physical CD DVD drive. So image file means you need to provide the ISO image on this server. If you select the second option, physical CD DVD drive, this physical CD DVD drive is nothing but the option of ISO image. We have provided the path in ADC, so it will detect the ISO image from this path we have provided here in ADC. Then we'll click OK, and we'll start the virtual machine. We can start the virtual machine from here, and you will see multiple buttons here. So this button is to start the virtual machine. This button is for Control Alt Del. This button is for turn off the virtual machine, and so many options are there. You can explore the options. So let us start the virtual machine, and you can maximize the window as well. You will go to view and you select this full view option, and it is loading the files, and it will start the installation. And we have discussed, we have installed the operating system multiple times in this course, you can see. So we will not install the operating system. We will not see the same steps once again. I will show you a few steps, then we'll abort the installation. You know how to install it. You will install the operating system, then you will configure the IP address. Then you will join this operating system to your domain. And let us say you want to install DHCP on this server. You can install the DHCP, web server, FTP server, whatever you want, you can do it. after installing the operating system. You will select the language, then you will select this install now option. So setup is starting and it will take a lot of time. So let us abort the installation. We'll now do the installation one more time, and we will power off the virtual machine or turn off the virtual machine. Let us create another virtual machine. Right click, new virtual machine. We'll click next and let us provide the name VM2. Then we'll click next, generation 1 next, and next, finish. So our VM2 is also created. So we have seen how to create a two virtual machine, and we have seen how to install the operating system as well. In this section, we will talk about Hyper-V networking. So guys, when we create any virtual machine, and if we want them to communicate with other devices on the network, we need to connect the virtual machines to a switch. So this is our lab, guys. So we have server 1, and the IP address of this server 1 is 10.0.0.1, and server 2 IP address is 10.0.0.2. Imagine they are connected to a physical switch and they communicate with each other. After that, what we have done, we have installed the Hyper-V on server 2. We have installed the Hyper-V on 10.0.0.2. Then we have created two virtual machines, virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2. Now our requirement is to make these two virtual machines communicate with each other. These two virtual machines should communicate with each other. These virtual machines should communicate with server 2 as well, 10.0.0.2. They should communicate with the other devices like 10.0.0.1 as well. So to make these virtual machines communicate with the other devices, we need to connect these two virtual machines to a virtual switch. All right. So we need to create a virtual switch here. Then we will connect these two virtual machine to this virtual switch, and they will communicate with the other devices. There are three types of switches in Hyper-V. We have private switch, internal switch, and external switch. If we connect these two virtual machines to private switch, this private switch will allow these two virtual machines to communicate with each other. These two virtual machines, they will not communicate with the host server. They will not communicate with the other device if you select the private switch. Let us say you have selected the internal switch. With internal switch, these two virtual machines will communicate with each other, and they will communicate with the host server as well, but they will not communicate with the other devices. Our requirement is like we want these two virtual machines should communicate with each other. They should communicate with the host server, and they should communicate with the other devices as well. Then we should select the external switch. So based on your requirement, you will select the type of switch. We are going to use the external switch. So to connect VMs to a virtual switch, okay, we want to connect these virtual machines to the virtual switch. We need to create the switch first. They are not created automatically. We need to create this virtual switch manually. Okay, then we associate these VMs with that switch. Then we will connect these virtual machines to this switch. This allows VMs to communicate with other devices based on the type of switch they are connected to. So guys, the virtual switch is created. Now we need to connect this VM1 and VM2 to the virtual switch. So how to connect? This time you will not go to server 2. To connect this virtual machine to switch, so you will go to this particular switch. Then right click. Then you will go to settings. Under settings, you will go to the network adapter. We are dealing with the networking here. We are dealing with the network adapters here. So you will go to network adapter and you will see the network adapter is not connected. Virtual switch not connected. Okay, then you will select this option and we have created the virtual switch. It is appearing here, virtual switch 1. Then we'll click apply, okay. And you will see the status. connection is stated as virtual switch 1. It is connected to virtual switch 1. Then if you go to VM2, still it is saying not connected. So we want this VM2 to connect to the network. Okay, so right click, settings. Then we'll go to the network adapter. Then we will select the virtual switch 1. Then we'll click apply. Okay, now these two switches, they will communicate with each other. They will communicate with the host server. They will communicate with all the other devices because we have selected the external switch. All right, so after creating the virtual machines, after connecting the virtual machine to the switches, we can assign the IP address. So you will install the operating system, then you will assign the IP address on installed VMs, then you will join these servers to the domain, and you can install the services like DHCP, web server, etc. Okay, and it will work like a physical machine. So this is it about the Hyper-V. So let us do the lab. Let us create the switch. VMs are already created. We need to create the switch. Then we will connect these virtual machines to this switch. So we'll go to the server where we have installed the Hyper-V. We have installed the Hyper-V in the server 2 in ADC. And if you see, virtual machines are created. And if you see the networking status of VM1, here we have some options like some summary, memory, networking. We'll go to networking. And if you see connection is not connected, if you go to virtual machine 2, and if you go to networking, the connection is not connected here, which means they are not connected to the internet or the network. We need to create the switch first. How to create the switch? We'll go to this server and right click. Then we'll go to virtual switch manager. Then we will have three options here: external, internal, private. We can create three types of switches here. So we will go with external and we'll select this option, create virtual switch. We'll provide the name to this switch. Let us say server 2, or let us say virtual switch 1. All right, and we'll click OK. We'll click yes, and it will create the virtual switch 1. The switch is created. Virtual switch 1 is created. Now we need to connect these virtual machines to the switch here.